The basic concepts on SEO, Google Tag Manager, Google Ads, social media marketing, Facebook ads, YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter marketing, content marketing, email marketing, affiliate marketing, marketing hacks, digital marketing skills, careers, and much more. For this video, we have our experts Rob and Rahul taking us through all the topics. So without further ado, let's start by talking about digital marketing. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn.
Meet Joey, a digital marketer. He works as the head of digital marketing for Amazon. But how did Joey get here? A few years ago, Joey began to see a large number of opportunities popping up in the field of digital marketing. To begin his entry into the field, he needed to understand what exactly digital marketing was and what was so great about it. First, Joey learned that digital marketing was a form of marketing through which you could advertise to people digitally. Digital marketing leveraged different channels like search engines, websites, social media platforms, emails, and mobile applications. It would give marketers the opportunity to interact with and understand their audience better, and to increase the trust in their brand. Digital marketing would also show marketers advertisements to people based on their actions and preferences on the internet, while being less expensive than traditional forms of advertising. After understanding the main concepts of digital marketing, Joey realized there was more to digital marketing than he initially thought. There were also many types of digital marketing. Types like content marketing, search engine optimization, pay-per-click, social media marketing, email marketing, and affiliate marketing. And once he understood those types, he set up a digital marketing campaign for his uncle's e-commerce website. Let's have a look at what he came up with. First, Joey created content like blogs, videos, infographics, and case studies so that he could generate audience interest in the brand's products or services. This was content marketing. Next, he needed his audience to actually see his content. The first step was to create content on specific search keywords that were relevant to the target audience. Joey would make optimizations on the website and have credible websites linking back to the content. And lo and behold, the website began ranking on the first page of the search results. By continuous optimizations, Joey would continue to improve the ranking and ultimately make the website rank at the first position. This was SEO, or search engine optimization, and Joey could do all of this without spending a single penny. He could also drive traffic to the website with advertisements. But for this, he would have to pay a certain fee each time the ads were clicked. He could have text ads that show up in search engine results, image ads and video ads that show up in websites, and much more. This was possible with the help of PPC, or pay-per-click. However, Joey wasn't done yet. To reach a larger audience, he needed to tap into social media platforms. He would use social media platforms like LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram to advertise the brand's content. He would use these platforms to advertise the brand's products or services with posts, images, videos, and more to bring out the brand's story and engage with the brand's audience, who spend a lot of time on social media. Like PPC, he could use the platform to advertise the brand's products or services with text, image, and video ads, which needed to be paid for. That's social media marketing. Joey realized that a large amount of the audience weren't visiting the brand's website a second time. He needed to keep them engaged, nurture them, to make sure they purchased the product. For this, he would send them emails that helped them better understand the products they visited on the website and assist them in the buying process. He would also send emails to advertise his products or services to potential customers, that is, with email marketing. And finally, although Joey was able to grow the brand's funnel, he wanted more traffic from third-party websites. This could be achieved with affiliate marketing. Affiliates would promote the brand or product to their audiences for a fee with the help of email signups, registrations, conversions, subscriptions, etc. After setting all of this up, Joey had the hardest part of the process to get through: the wait. Although Joey had worked really hard on each of these forms of digital marketing, he only had moderate success. That's when Joey realized he had to gain more knowledge and experience. So he decided to get certified and get ahead in his career with the help of Simplilearn. He took up Simplilearn's digital marketing certification and got the skills and training he needed to become an expert digital marketer. And now, you know where he is. You too can do the same and grow in your career by clicking on the top right corner. And with that, we've given you an introduction to all the major concepts of digital marketing.
Greetings everyone, this is Rob Sanders, and today we're going to talk about what is digital marketing. So thanks for joining us here at Simplilearn, and let's get started. Let's start talking about why digital marketing is important. So let's start there on the why. So if we're just a fly on the wall and we're in an office environment, we're looking at two friends having a conversation about digital marketing. So really, if we're listening in, every marketer is using digital marketing for his or her business. Now, digital marketing's become more popular than traditional marketing. That's not a surprise. So, in response, hey, over the past few decades, digital marketing has evolved at a rapid pace. These days, a lot of people spend most of their time on the internet. So, what happens in the internet every 60 seconds? Well, a lot happens every 60 seconds. So according to social media today, there's a lot of snaps, there's a lot of clicks, there's a lot of text, there's a lot of videos watched, there's a lot of pictures being taken, there's a lot of voice activated activity going on, a lot of tweets, emails, swipes. There's a lot going on here in 60 seconds. So there's a lot of activity on the internet, a lot. And so the one gentleman says, hey, can you also mention a few differences between digital and traditional marketing systems? And then the expert responds, of course, I can certainly clarify a few differences between digital and traditional. And so he goes on to say what the differences are between traditional and digital, and let's look at that. Okay, so on traditional marketing, we're talking about print, radio, billboard, newspaper, TV, anything that's not on your mobile or laptop. So we know with traditional marketing, reach is limited. With digital marketing, reach is maximum. And what we mean by that is, hey, when you print something, you're printing it for X amount of people. If you're trying to promote an event and you basically create 1,000 flyers, okay, you figure it's going to 1,000 people, maybe they'll share it. So you're looking at about 2,000 people maybe, just to be generous. Well, digital marketing, we're promoting an event. We can promote it to a whole lot of people depending on the platform. So 2,000 is nothing when you're targeting an audience on Facebook or Google search. Traditional marketing, non-versatile. And with digital marketing, very versatile. So again, going back to our flyer, printing an 8.5 by 11. Okay, that's it. With digital marketing, you're running display banners. You got 468 by 60, 200 by 200, 250 by 250, 300 by 300. The list goes on the types of different display sizes, not to mention text ads, not to mention video or multimedia. So there's a lot you can do to get your message out there. Okay, with traditional, it's always delayed communication. Okay, so meaning if you're trying to get that TV spot, there might not be a spot open until 1 in the morning. Okay, well, with digital marketing, there is no hours. Okay, you can certainly get your point out there and have people see it instantaneously. So with traditional marketing, there's a lack of real-time results. This seems like it's obvious, but digital marketing, that's one of the biggest benefits. Instant real-time results, instant. Okay, nowadays, go into analytics, you can look at real-time reporting. Okay, so we could see real-time results. Okay, traditional marketing can be very costly. If you're not only doing postcards and printing postcards, but you have to mail those postcards. So there's postage fees. Where with digital marketing, it's very, very, very cost efficient. Meaning you could pick and choose who you want to target, when you want to target, where you want to target, what you want to target. And if you're doing search, you can put your bidding in place. You can put your hours in place. You can really control how much you actually spend. So that to me is one of the biggest advantages to digital marketing. Not only do you get real-time results, but you can control costs and then obviously optimize based on the amount of cost you're spending based on those real-time results. And with traditional marketing, it's difficult to reach a target audience. With digital marketing, it's easy to reach a target audience. I don't want to bash traditional marketing too much. If you're going to put a TV ad in place, you're going to do it on a TV show that tends to gear more towards your target audience, but that doesn't guarantee anything. Here we can simply go to Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn and just pick and choose specifically who we want to target, when we want to target them. So it just becomes a lot easier to reach a targeted audience on a digital marketing platform. And then with traditional marketing, poor campaign measurement. With digital, you have easy to measure and optimize campaigns. And what we really mean by that is because you get instant time results, because you can control costs, because you can reach your target audience more easily, all those are a result of, okay, you can measure and optimize. Based on what our audience is seeing and how much they're spending to see it, we can quickly make adjustments in order to optimize the campaign for better performance. So that's generally what that means. That's a culmination of pretty much everything that we've listed as a benefit for digital marketing. Okay, so now why digital marketing has been answered with all the benefits that it carries. Let's talk about the what is digital marketing. So you know that, you want to do digital marketing. So how do we go about that? What is it exactly? Well, let's just define it. Digital marketing is just the act of promoting a company's product or an individual's product or service with the help of a device or technology. And so obviously when we talk about device, we're talking about maybe a laptop, we're talking about a mobile device. And when we talk about technology, it could be an app, it could be, a cloud-based platform. Okay, it could be a piece of software. Okay, so a lot going on the digital side in terms of variations and what you can do. But that's in a nutshell what digital marketing is. You're really just using technology to promote your product or service. So we know because of the benefits in digital marketing, you can promote your campaign on different platforms. Okay, so all those benefits we mentioned about instant real-time results, cost efficiency, optimizing campaigns, you could do that on search, you could do it on social, via email, on mobile apps, etc. So that's what we mean by with the help of digital devices and technology. Well, these digital devices and technology come in the form of search engines and emails and mobile apps, etc. So when we want to go and promote our product or service using a campaign, we have different options. So there are different types of digital marketing channels that we could choose from. And let's just go through that list of digital marketing channels. And the first one is what I consider the king of them all, and that's SEO. So SEO stands for search engine optimization. There's search engine marketing, there's email marketing, affiliate marketing, social, content, mobile, and then we can get into subsets of each of these digital marketing channels. But really, we'll start with SEO because that's the king. And to me, that's basically increasing the quality and quantity of relevant organic traffic on the search engines, including Google. So depending on where you're located in the US market, Google has a large market share. So you want your pages on your website to be found and clicked on organically. And so that means if somebody types in a keyword, you want that relevant page to show up first on Google so somebody can click on that link. Okay, and we know that millions of people, specifically in the US, but worldwide, use search on a daily basis. So if you're ranking for those relevant keywords, you can imagine how much traffic you can get. Okay, so that's SEO. Okay, and here's an example. So you type in online shopping. Well, you can see the first listing here is a paid search ad. And we're going to get to that in a minute. The second, organically, is Amazon. Okay, so online shopping, you think maybe Walmart, you think maybe Alibaba, or you're thinking probably Amazon. Okay, so no surprise, Amazon's ranking for the keyword online shopping. And so if somebody clicked on their listing, that's traffic for Amazon. Let's move on to search engine marketing, known as SEM or pay per click or cost per click or PPC or CPC or sponsored search or Google ads. I mean, there's a lot of different names synonymous with SEM. So search engine marketing is really just using paid ads on search engines. Just as we saw the previous example, if you want to be found for a keyword, you don't have to worry about organic if you're willing to pay for it. You just bid on that keyword and voila, you have the opportunity to appear number one in the search results at the top of the page for that keyword. Now, when somebody clicks on it, you have to pay Google if it's Google you're advertising on, but that's the beauty of search engine marketing. You can bid on keywords and appear at the top of the search results for that keyword. Example here, if we go back to online shopping, well, myus.com is bidding on that keyword online shopping. So they're actually appearing above Amazon's organic listing. But that's what they want to do. They want to be found for that keyword. So if they're not ranking for it organically, well, they're bidding on it. And if somebody happened to click on that listing, then myus.com is going to pay Google something depending on what the cost per click is. And so that could be anywhere from 1 penny to $100. It depends. Depends on the keyword, depends on who else is bidding on the keyword, depends on the location, depends on the time of day, depends on quality score. There's a lot of factors involved and regarding what you pay. However, the benefit of SEM is visibility and getting traffic to your website for keywords you're not found for. So that's why SEM is such a popular choice for a lot of companies. Okay, let's talk about digital marketing. That's a traditional type of digital marketing channel. It's been around a long time. You know, we all send emails on a daily basis, and we probably all receive emails on a daily basis. Just an effective way to capture leads and convert them to customers, because with email you can personalize your emails and you can send your emails to a segmented audience. Okay, so if you have emails from females who are 35 years of age to 44 that live in, say, the southern part of the United States, you can segment that, send them an email, and cater that email directly to that audience. And of course, you can put some nice call to action in there. You can design it really snazzy, and you could track it just like you can any other digital marketing channel. So email is a very effective way to really reach a target audience, because everybody, for the most part, has a functioning email account. So basically, here's an example of an email that could go out. If you're selling a product and the product's promotion is about to end, well, get that email out to your target audience. Let them know that, hey, you have until tonight to purchase the product. And if you purchase it, you're going to get 30% off. And you can put the coupon code right in there with a nice call to action, and you can measure how many people click on that email, go to that web page, and purchase the product using that coupon code. So that's an example of email marketing. Okay, we have affiliate marketing. So affiliate marketing is an effective way for digital marketers to basically create a sales force of people. So basically what you're doing is you're getting merchants to promote your products and services. And you're using usually a third-party broker like Commission Junction or CJ.com as an example to introduce you, the person selling the product, the merchant, with the affiliate. So that affiliate could likely be a merchant, him or himself. And they can basically be a good partner of yours by publishing your product or service on their website so that they can sell in order to get commissions. So it's all based on a commission. So you basically are going to use a third-party affiliate like CJ, get all these affiliates to work for you. They're going to promote your product or service. If they do sell your product or service, you're going to pay them a commission. That's more or less how it works with affiliate marketing. And, with affiliate marketing, to me, it's a good way to, really promote your product or service. And you can pick and choose the affiliates or the publishers of whom you want to work with. So here's an example of affiliate marketing at work. Okay, you basically see a banner. Basically, you could see earn up to 12% advertising fees with a trusted e-commerce leader. Okay, so if somebody clicked on that and purchased, for example, or joined, you could pay out that commission. Okay, let's turn our attention to social media marketing. So social media marketing, I would say it's fairly new. I mean, if I think about it, we're in 2019, and I remember talking about Facebook back in 2006. So you're talking about 13, 14, 15 years of social media. It's definitely evolved over the years. But the concept remains the same. It involves creating different types of content depending on the platform. Okay, so you could be on Pinterest or Instagram and be dealing with photos. Or you could be on Twitter tweeting out certain characters up to a limit. Okay, so it really depends on the social media platform that really drives the type of content you're going to promote. But we know social media can be effective because people use social media. I mean, Facebook is one of the more popular platforms. And if you want to get your product or service out there, you could certainly pay to have an ad on Facebook, or you could just post your content organically. Okay, that's the beauty of social. Most of your social platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook and Pinterest and Instagram, they all have a paid form of advertising that you can use to promote your product or service. Or you can go the organic route and post content organically in hopes of driving traffic back to your website. So with social, you do have two options here, but social is interesting because there are a lot of different social media platforms out there. It really depends on your product or service. Okay, so an example of social media marketing, especially on Facebook. With Facebook, you got mobile and desktop, and you obviously have the opportunity to post something organically and have that liked or commented on or shared, or you can post an ad and get that liked, commented, or shared, or clicked, and have people go back to your website and fulfill the goal of what you want them to do. So moving on to content marketing. So content marketing is really an effective way of really distributing valuable content online. And when we talk about content marketing, we're talking about different types of assets. So it could be simply text in the form of a blog post, or it could be a video, or it could be an infographic, or it could be an image. Okay, there are lots of ways to create content these days, especially in digital marketing. And the great thing about content marketing is you're writing content for a targeted audience. So if you're trying to target an audience on, say, Instagram, then you know who your audience is and you know what the type of content you're going to post on there. So it could be in the form of a video or infographic or just a graphic. And so that's the beauty of content marketing, really putting yourself out there and depending on the platform, putting yourself out there with various types of content. So for example, if we look at YouTube, you can see this video here about digital marketing certified associate. Well, hey, you don't need to always write the content. You can produce the content in the form of a video and post it on YouTube. This is a form of content marketing. So that's content marketing. And then let's talk about mobile marketing. So content marketing, again, different types. But if we go now to mobile marketing, you can kind of segue from content to mobile, because the only difference here is with mobile, it's strictly on mobile phone. It's not desktop. So mobile marketing is really a strategy on its own that helps you, the company, promoting your product or service to reach your target audience through a mobile device. And that includes tablets. And how you could do that is via messaging. You could do it via email, or you could do it via an app. Okay, so you have different ways of getting your content out there to people. Okay, so as an example, you can use basically SMS or instant messaging via mobile devices to promote your product or service. Here's another example of a mobile marketing via app install. And so you can even compound that by running a, say, Google ad as an example, and running your Google ad on, say, just mobile. You could do a bit adjustment just for mobile, and the goal could be app installs. Okay, so, and you can even do a mobile or app extension. So there's lots of ways to really promote your app or your product or your service via mobile marketing. Okay, let's talk about the customer life cycle. So we know why we want to do digital marketing. We know what the digital marketing channels are, because we just talked about them, from SEO to social to affiliate to mobile to content to SEM. Okay, you have a lot of different digital marketing channels at your disposal. So now, how do we go ahead and approach our customers? So that's what we're going to talk about first. So we're going to talk about different stages of the customer life cycle. Okay, and the first one is the awareness stage. So we need to get our customers aware of what we're selling. or what we're promoting. Okay, so the awareness stage is really, what product does your brand offer? That's a question we want to get out there and we want to answer. Okay, what does a customer need your product? Or excuse me, why does a customer need your product? That's a question we want to answer with digital marketing. Okay, and what solution does your product provide? Okay, that's an answer to a question we want to make sure people understand. So these are questions that we want to be able to answer in the form of digital marketing, whether that be mobile or content. Okay, so getting our information out there that answers these essential questions. And if we could do that, then somebody's going to become aware of our product or service. Okay, so what product does our brand offer? Why does the customer need it? And what solution does it provide? Okay, those are some key questions that people tend to ask themselves when they look at a brand. Okay, and when they look at a product, hey, do I really need this? Is it going to help me in my life? Okay, and who is selling this? I mean, who is this brand? I mean, those are just things that run through people's mind intuitively, that with the right messaging, the right channel, the right type of asset, the right targeted audience, you can quickly make somebody aware of your brand's product or service. In this stage, it's help potential customers discover your brand with the help of these different marketing channels. So in the awareness stage, content is key. So it's, to me, if we have a website, we need a blog, because if somebody does come to our blog from, say, organic search, SEO, then we can write about that product or service via blog and talk to our customer, talk directly to our targeted audience through that blog. And if we're not ranking organically, we can use paid search to promote it, because paid search on Google, for example, basically we can be right at the top of the search results. And so somebody can actually see it when they do a search, because we know millions of people use search on a daily basis. You could do social media marketing. Okay, so you can publish that product or service on Facebook while you're building your community. And you can use affiliate marketing to help get the word out by using CJ.com as an example. Build up a sales force of people, these publishers that are going to put your product or service out there. So to me, in the awareness stage, these are the digital marketing channels you could focus on. Now, I will say one thing about display ads. Display is part of search engine marketing. You could use display because you can reach a large number of people. So even though it's listed here low priority, in the awareness stage, display ads mean that if you're on Google's display network, you could pick and choose your sites, your demographics, keywords, topics, and audience. You could focus on all those different demographics to really attract a large number of people. So low priority, but it's probably also good to focus on in the awareness stage. Okay, so content marketing, you must create a high quality content that people are searching for. Without content, it's hard to get found. And so to me, this is where the blog comes in. SEO, take that content, get it optimized. Okay, SEM, if we're not ranking organically, we can make sure we're at the top of the paid search results, or the search results for a particular keyword we want to be found for. And then social media marketing, using different channels depending on the channel. If we're selling, training like Simplilearn does, LinkedIn is a good platform for us. Okay, and then affiliate, basically building up a nice network of publishers to get the word out. So these are all good channels that we can focus in on. So traffic sources may include paid, unpaid, social, referral, display, email, or direct. So they could come in the awareness stage from all different types of channels. Even though you're focused on content, you could still get traffic from mobile or email. So now that we got the word out via all these different marketing channels, there's that consideration stage. So, people are aware of us, now they're considering us. And that's kind of the next stage in the process. Okay, so a few essential questions to address on the consideration stage. Hey, what features make your product valuable to others? And how will I increase customer engagement towards my product? So those are answers to questions you want to ask. Okay, what features make your product valuable? You want to basically separate yourself from the competition? Basically, that's what you're trying to answer. Okay, so if you're promoting your product or service on paid search and other people are bidding on the same keyword, how are you going to stand out? And then how will I increase customer engagement towards my product? So for example, if you're on Facebook, okay, and you're trying to get people over to your site to purchase your product, then how are you going to improve that engagement? You got to create something really snazzy, or really it's going to be attention grabbing, or something that's going to get them to become aware of it, that's going to separate your post from all the other posts that are in somebody's Facebook newsfeed. Okay, so you really have to work hard to really convince somebody to get their consideration towards your product or service. So in this stage, your customer considers your product, so help them understand how your product is valuable. Okay, to me, email works really good here, because if you have a targeted audience, this gives you the opportunity to really answer these questions in that particular channel. Email, you could support that with a promotion. And display, I think display is a good option here too, because even though people are trying to become aware, you can really hone in and really get them to take that next step. Okay, with display, you can even do remarketing. So if somebody's been to your site because they're aware of your product, they're curious, you can cookie them and remarket to them via display. So display to me is a good channel to use here. Okay, so you have email, mobile display, SEM. These are all good channels to use on the consideration stage, especially on search, because if somebody's looking for something and they're aware of your brand, then you have the good opportunity to get them to click on your ad, especially if you're offering a promotion, and get them to convert. The goal here is to increase our engagement. So people are aware, we're moving them further along the funnel. With email marketing, we have the opportunity to promote the product by sending an email directly to our audience. So with this stage, plan your campaigns around welcoming emails, newsletters. We can talk about product descriptions, add ratings and reviews in the email. We really just want to encourage people to purchase the product. We're trying to sway them over. So email is a good source to allow us to do that. So with mobile marketing, we can promote the products by sending relevant messages to our target audience. Display, again, retargeting, because we can retarget an audience that has been to our website, already did some research about our brand, our product or service, and now we're going to reach back out to them to sway them. So remember, we want to encourage customers to buy a product by creating detailed articles about the product. That always helps, and that's content. Okay, we want to opt for a customer testimonial. Okay, that helps sway people, and add some guest blogging. Okay, we can have ambassadors blog on our behalf, or we can go out and blog on somebody else's site. Okay, so blogging works both ways. It's ways of showing yourself and telling people, hey, we know you're looking for this product. Here's why you want to choose us. Okay, moving on from the consideration to the purchase stage. So they're aware of you, they're considering you, and now we're on to the purchase stage. So the questions we want to really make sure we address here are, how are my prices compared to my competitors? And is my brand more credible than others? Okay, so they're considering you, but that price point, and it may not even be the price, it could be the shipping. For example, the price could be good, but the shipping cost could be high. So you really want to do some due diligence and research on what your competitors are doing. Credibility, that goes back to the consideration stage, and testimonials. You want to make sure you have reviews and testimonials to really elevate what you're trying to tell customers, and that is, hey, I have a good brand, I have a good product, I have a good service. Come buy my stuff, come buy my product and service. But you really need to support that claim. You just can't go out and say it. And so supporting that comes in the form of what other people say. And that could be reviews. That could be comments on a social media platform. It could be, stars on, say, Yelp or Google My Business. Make sure you do your due diligence and make sure you get people to, review you or provide testimonials, because people are going to do their due diligence before they purchase, especially if it's on Google My Business or Yelp or TripAdvisor or whatever it is you're trying to sell. They're going to be able to see those reviews. And so do your due diligence to get the reviews. And if it is a negative review, hey, that's okay. You can't please everyone. You're going to get them. That's the world we live in. Just make sure you show your upper hand and respond even to the negative as well as the positive reviews that you get. That actually bodes well to some people because, hey, it shows that I made a mistake and you're willing to correct it. And so people actually see that. That could be the tipping point to getting them to purchase. Say, look, hey, this brand really cares because they're really responding to people. They're not ignoring negativity. Okay, just those small things that can get people to change their mind. Now with the purchase stage, according to eConsultancy, 83% of the online audience require encouragement to complete a purchase. Encouragement, what does that mean? Well, it could mean providing a promo, giving them that extra incentive. If you don't offer promo, consider it, especially on the email. And the example we looked at earlier, sending out an email means that if the promo is going to end at midnight, send that email out and tell people they have until midnight. And if they purchase today, you'll leave it, increase it to 20%. And email is a good channel for that. Mobile can reach a lot of people through SMS. Okay, social media, reaching people instantaneously. And then, really with the purchase stage, it gives prospects an offer to help them make that purchase. So you have plenty of channels to choose from. In fact, most of these channels, the only one really that doesn't fit the instantaneous mode is SEO. But you can really focus on affiliate, even though that's a low priority here. You can really, coordinate with your publishers, who, especially those publishers that have proven their worth and have sold your products in the past. Get them to help promote it and incentivize their audience. So let's move on from the purchase to the post-purchase stage. So this is after somebody purchases. Okay, so some essential questions we want to be able to address here. So what additional product could my customer buy? Now that they're my customer, what else could I sell them? What, without being too pushy, if they buy a coat, a hat work or a pair of gloves or, a blouse. You want to be able to not push a product on a customer, but think about how you can complement that purchaser's or customer's product. And then how to improve the customer buying experience. So again, this goes back to, what we just said about reviews. Get somebody to offer a review. And if they don't give you a full complement of 5 stars, they only give you 3.5 stars, then you know what? That's great feedback because then you can learn from that. And then the other question is, will the customer refer us to others? And if so, why? So that's definitely something you want to be able to address in the post-purchase stage. So let's take a look here. So with post-purchasing stage, to me, email's at the top of this list because if somebody purchases something, you could send a nice thank you email because if they purchase, they're giving you their email in return because you're likely going to be sending them the receipt via email. So email to me is a nice channel. You can send out a nice message. Even, social media. You can thank your community for supporting you on this recent campaign that you ran. Even throw in an extra 5 or 10% on a future purchase as a thank you. And that's easily done on social media. You could even post a blog, promoting, the success of a product and then offering a promotion. Okay, so there's a lot of things you could be doing here on the post-purchasing stage. So to me, even looking at content again, you could even, put a survey together. You could even put a survey together for your affiliates. Okay, you could even post a poll on Facebook. So it's just working in with these different channels to get some feedback about your product and service. So with email, mobile, you can engage customers with follow-up emails or customer care content. With mobile, if you have somebody's mobile number, hey, text them. A simple thank you goes a long way. You could say, hey, look, if you're satisfied, let us know. Give us a call. You can even, in the EE mobile text message, you can put a link to a survey. Send emails to active subscribers. Give rewards for customer feedback. So if somebody does provide feedback, give them an extra 10% off. You want to be able to reward loyalty. Loyalty comes in the form of a partnership. If you're giving somebody discounts and you have a good product or service, then they're going to recognize that. They're going to say, hey, look, I really like this product and they're giving me 10%. I'm going to go ahead and purchase from these guys again. So give those discounts to those active customers. Or on the affiliate network, give referral opportunities to your customers. So if it's an affiliate publisher, hey, if they're getting people to your site, reward them. Or if it's an email and you put a forward to a friend, get an extra 10% off, it doesn't hurt, because you're incentivizing people to help you sell your product. So with social, display, and content, use those banner ads, or use that content that you display on social, or the blog you're gonna write to give customers advice in order to maximize the value of the purchase. So again, you can use these platforms to also enhance what they purchased. So, hey, you just purchased this product. Thank you very much. Did you know you could do this, this, and this with it? And so that's the idea of a post-purchase stage, is to maximize these channels to be able to answer those essential questions about what else could they purchase? Do they like, how do I get these people to become loyal customers? Okay, so with the post-purchase stage, if a customer has bought a pair of sports shoes, for example, running shoes, you can recommend cross-product sale or cross-sale. It could be a pair of shorts or a water bottle or an accessory with an exclusive discount. So that's another example of what you can do on the post-purchase stage. Greetings, everyone. This is Rob Sanders from Simplilearn. Happy New Year. And today we're going to talk about digital marketing skills. So digital marketing allows business owners, regardless of the business, nonprofit, for-profit, large or small, national, local, international, to really expand their business. Allows them to personalize their content, they can save money, and most importantly, they can measure the results. And so that's what we're going to focus on today when we talk about digital marketing skills, focusing on measuring those results. So suppose anybody wants to work in marketing or grow a company or help grow an individual's company or ensure to keep up with the appropriate skills. This is what we're going to cover today. So we're going to cover a few channels, and so let's get right to it. Today we're going to start off with search engine optimization, or SEO, also known as organic search. So SEO is an interesting channel. It's probably the premier channel for most companies. In fact, HubSpot confirms that 57% of B2B marketers stated that SEO generates more leads than any other marketing initiative. So it's really important for not only just generating traffic, but it's also important for generating leads and generating more business, including e-commerce. And so what does SEO entail? And what skills should you acquire in order to manage SEO as a marketing channel? Well, if you think about it, SEO is really divvied up into two pies. One pie is called on-page, the other pie is called off-page. And so on-page consists of things you can do to the website to help you be found in organic search. So what are those things? Well, it could be anything from page load speed to 404 errors to sitemaps. And so the point here is, if you're going to manage SEO and you know that you got to make sure your website's in tip-top shape, or your client's website's in good enough shape for Google to recognize it as a legitimate site, you have to have some technical skills. Now, I'm not saying you have to be a developer, but at the same time, you have to know what a 404 error is. You have to know where and how to generate a sitemap and upload that sitemap. You need to know how to edit a robot's text file. So those are, what I call soft technical skills, but they're all valid for SEO. So you have to have some technical background. Staying in the on-page pie, okay, you need to make sure you have not only skills to write content, but skills to optimize content. So you need to be aware of all the different elements on a page in order to optimize that page. So again, that entails, some copywriting skills, but more importantly, and probably more challenging, is to take those copywriting skills and enhance them for SEO. Okay, so making sure that you're able to understand what it is that you need to do to get a page optimized so it can rank higher in the search engine results. Okay. So those are on-page skills. And then you got the other piece of the pie, which is off-page. So understanding, what it takes to make sure your site is relevant. So it's understanding different metrics, off-page metrics like page authority, domain authority, external links, internal links. And so generally most SEO managers have a third-party SEO platform that they work with, like SEMrush or Moz. So it's understanding how to work with those platforms to measure off-page results. So we always say that SEO as a digital marketing channel is an 800-pound gorilla. Well, it is, because you have on-page and off-page to worry about. So the two of those together, is quite a task in order to rank. And so what brings SEO and all digital marketing channels is understanding the metrics and understanding what you're seeing in order to measure results and improve upon those results. Okay. So that's really the theme for all these digital marketing channels we're going to talk about today. It's really about, what metrics and how do I measure the results? And so when we look at SEO in terms of measuring results, on the on-page side, you're going to have to do some keyword analysis. You're going to have to understand, what volume is. You're going to understand how to get the competition numbers, and you're going to have to understand what keywords to choose. So that in itself is a skill, being able to choose keywords based on several metrics. Then you're going to have to be able to ascertain, what pages and what keywords are driving traffic and how those pages are performing. And then again, the off page, you got different metrics like domain authority or page authority. You have external links, internal links. You have no follow and follows, and a lot of these little metrics related to off-page SEO. So you're going to have to understand what those metrics mean. And if you can understand what those metrics mean, and then more importantly, act on those metrics, then that's what's going to help you improve your results in terms of SEO. So again, that's going to be the common theme here. So I'm just going to highlight again those metrics that you're going to need to understand in order to better manage SEO as a channel. Again, on the on-page side, you need to understand the technicalities involved, but for example, page load. What's a good page load time? What's a bad page load time? From a keyword perspective, what's good volume? What's bad volume? What's good competition? What's bad competition? So if you can understand the intricacies of the measurements related to SEO, then that'll help you improve upon this big channel called organic search. So SEO is the practice of getting relevant traffic to the website, from organic search results. So it really is essential to stay up to date and have a complete knowledge of the latest algorithm updates and factors that affect search engine ranking. So that's SEO. Let's transition to search engine marketing, also known as paid search, sponsored search, Google Ads, Bing Ads, pay-per-click, cost per click, a lot of acronyms, a lot of ways to describe it. At the end of the day, search engine marketing means that, hey, you as an advertiser have the ability and have the opportunity to rank at the very top of the Google search results. Now, it's different than SEO because you're actually paying for the placement. And so to be found at the top of the search engine results as a paid placement or sponsored ad means that if somebody clicks on your ad, you're going to pay Google X amount. So unlike SEO, SEM is very fast moving. And so when we talk about fast moving, we mean that you're collecting a lot of data very quickly. So sticking with the theme of what skills should I have for search engine marketing? Well, if you're going to collect data, then that means you need to measure the results of that data. And so sticking with our theme of measuring results, you need to understand first and foremost what all the different metrics mean related to search engine marketing. So I'm just going to rattle off, if you will, a few of the metrics, but the commonality here is, yes, you can learn what those metrics mean, but you have to act on those metrics. So one of the main metrics involved with search engine marketing is impressions. So impression is just basically how many people have seen your ad. Okay, so if your ad shows up on the search results page, regardless of whether somebody clicks on it or not, you're going to get an impression. Okay, so if you're getting a lot of impressions, that means a lot of people have seen your ad. What's a lot of impressions? Well, it's subjective. Okay, so it could be 1,000 impressions or 10,000 impressions. At the end of the day, that's how many people have seen your ad. Now, more importantly, you have another metric called clicks. Clicks means how many people actually saw your ad and then clicked on your ad. Okay, so if you have 100 people that have seen your ad and one person who clicked on your ad, then you have a click-through rate of 1%. Now, when it comes to Google Ads and search engine marketing in general, you want to have a high click-through rate, especially on Google, because that does impact quality score. So quality score is another metric you need to be aware of. Okay, so quality score is simply a number between 1 and 10 that's assigned to each keyword. Okay, so what impacts quality score? Click-through rate is one of the factors that impact quality score. So if you have 200 or 300 or 500 or 1,000 impressions and very little clicks, that means your click-through rate is going to be low. And if your click-through rate is going to be low, then your quality score is going to be low. And in order to pay less to Google, you need to make sure that your quality score is good. So you need to understand the factors involved with quality score. You need to understand impressions, clicks, click-through rate. Because if you don't have a good click-through rate, then how do you improve that? So it's about measuring the results and acting upon the results. Those are the skills involved with search engine marketing. And that's just on the click side. You got the conversion side of the house. So you need to be able to understand how to get conversions and how to maintain a high conversion rate. So for example, if you have 100 clicks and only one conversion, that is a 1% conversion rate. Okay, fair enough. But what are you paying per conversion? What's the cost per conversion? Okay, and if that number is high, like say $20, and you're only selling a product that's say $10, well, then you got a problem. And so there's a lot of different metrics involved with search engine marketing. You're collecting this data very quickly, so you need to be able to react to the data that you see. So that's the skill set really involved with search engine marketing. If you're getting the data, if it's a low click-through rate or low conversion rate or high cost per conversion or very low impressions, you need to be able to understand how to react to what you're seeing and what your data you're collecting. That to me is the primary skill, bottom line, with search engine marketing. And there are other skill sets involved, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's nice to be able to write copy, because with search engine marketing, typically the ads have very few characters involved, so you need to be able to write a compelling ad to convince somebody to click on your ad. And so writing copy, being able to understand your target audience, those are all things involved with managing search engine marketing. But really the key component here is, again, measuring the results. Okay, let's switch over to a traditional marketing channel, email marketing. You know, one of my favorites. You know, listen, we're all bombarded with emails. And you know what? It becomes cumbersome at times. I mean, it's easy to just disregard an email. And so to me, the key here, if you're going to do email marketing, you need to have a certain set of skill sets. And so what that skill set is really understanding your audience. Because if you send an email to a certain set of recipients, you need to hope that that email is relevant to that audience. Okay, so you need to be able to really identify who it is we're sending this email to. And a recent study done by Statista stated that 49% of consumers really like to receive promotional emails from their favorite brands. So if you have a very strong brand, then email marketing is probably a good channel for you. If you don't have a strong brand, or nobody really knows about your brand or your product or your business, then email marketing could be a little bit of a steeper hill to climb, if you will. But really, email marketing it involves emails that promote the brand's products and services. And if you could target the right audience, or making sure you have the right audience, then you got a good chance of having successful email marketing campaigns. But when it comes to emails, it's like having a blank canvas. You can be as creative as you want as long as you're talking to the audience. So the big skill set here, again, is copywriting and having some, creativity involved with that copywriting. Saying the right things, but not saying too much. At the same time, making the email aesthetically pleasing as possible, so that when somebody does open the email, they're going to be able to react to it. So, writing copy with strong call to action, or really relevant copy that really talks to the audience. Those are all keys for email marketing, in my opinion. Also, one thing we didn't bring up in search engine marketing, but it certainly holds true with search engine marketing as well as email marketing, and that's A/B testing. And so A/B testing is simply taking an original and creating a variant and testing the two to see which one performs. Well, you could certainly do A/B testing with email marketing. That means taking a subject line that has traditionally worked for you or is relevant for that audience, and then creating a variant or different subject line. So if I'm going to send an email to 100 people, I'm going to send 50 people one subject line, and then the other 50 is going to get my variant subject line. And why is this important? Because I want to be able to see what people to react to. Okay, so if I see the open rates higher for the variant versus the traditional or the original subject line, then I know that this subject line works. And therefore, I'm going to apply this subject line moving forward. And then what am I going to do? I'm going to take it and test it against another variant. So you should always do A/B testing on subject lines. So the concept of A/B testing should not be lost on any digital marketer, okay, whether that be SEO, search engine marketing, or email marketing. Okay, so you should have an understanding of A/B testing. And of course, going back to measuring results, with email, you have a different set of metrics. We already mentioned open rates. So if you send out 100 emails, how many people open the email? Okay, you want that open rate to be as high as possible. And then when they open the email, did people click on that CTA or any of those links in the email? Okay, so you want a high click-through rate. And then more importantly, when they click on a link in the email, they're going to go to a landing page. You want that person to engage with that landing page. So what's the engagement rate of the landing page from the email? Okay, so it's really important that you have an understanding of all the different metrics involved with email marketing, and again, how to react to that data. So if you're getting a low open rate, could it be the subject line isn't that good? Possibly. That's why you have to do testing. If you're getting a low click-through rate on the emails, that could be because the copy may not be that great, or the design, or the call to action, or it's not compelling enough for the recipient of the email. And then again, the engagement rate on the landing page. If you have a low engagement rate, a low conversion rate, you got to look at that and figure out how to improve that. Okay, so you can apply A/B testing on the landing page. So there are always ways to react to the data regardless of what campaign or regardless of what digital marketing channel you're working in. Okay, so that's the commonality here. One point on email marketing is if you're going to measure the results of the campaign, whether you're using, vertical response or MailChimp or, some other email marketing platform, you want to make sure you have what we call UTM tracking. And if you're using Google Analytics, having UTM tracking or understanding what UTM tracking is allows you to measure the results of that email marketing campaign in Google Analytics. So that's another skill set you should have, being able to apply tracking to your digital marketing campaigns, including email. Okay, because if you don't, it's going to be hard to measure the results in Google Analytics. So let's focus on one more marketing channel here, and that's social media. So we all know social media isn't going anywhere. It's becoming more and more popular. In fact, an offshoot of social media is really influencer marketing. If somebody, an influencer, has millions of likes on, say, TikTok or Instagram, you might want to engage with that influencer and help you promote your brand or your product. Isn't that really what social media is? It's a platform, whether that be, Facebook or Twitter. It's a platform to help you promote your brand, your product, your services, and it's a chance for you to get to message your user base, your community, prospective clients, people who don't even know about your brand. It's a chance to build awareness. So social media holds a lot of different strategies, if you will. In fact, nearly almost 4 billion of the world's population uses social media. Let me see, there's 7-something billion people in the world. Well, that's a large percentage. A majority of the percentage of the world uses a social media platform. Okay. In fact, just like SEO, when you need an SEO platform, there are plenty of social media platforms. There's Later, there's Sprout Social, there's Hootsuite, there's Buffer. In fact, Buffer confirmed that 73% of marketers believe social media marketing has been somewhat effective or very effective for their business. And that's promising because social media, in my opinion, having been in this industry a while, it can be a very fickle channel. Meaning, if you're trying to promote a product or service on Facebook, and it's going to be very hard to pull that person away who's engaged with their Facebook feed, just to get them away from the Facebook feed onto your website, but then to turn around and allow that person to try and convert, okay, based on what you have on your website. So it's challenging enough just to get them away from the social media platform, let alone converting. So that's why when I say very fickle, but it's somewhat encouraging if Buffer's telling us that marketers believe that social media marketing can be effective. And it can be effective. You just have to have the right strategy. So to me, one of the skill sets you should have if you're going to be a social media, what is the strategy here? What are we trying to achieve when we set up a social media platform or enact a social media campaign? Okay. And so that's really the first thing. It's really understanding what platforms, what's the strategy here? Because if the strategy is brand awareness, then what channels or social media platforms, if you will, work best for us? Is that Twitter? Is that Facebook? So it's being able to kind of formulate a strategy, a plan, if you will, for social media marketing, because the last thing you want to do as a marketer is endlessly just post content for the sake of just posting content. Because just like any other marketing channel, you're going to have metrics. And social media is not shy on the metric front. Okay, so you have reach, you have impressions, you have engagement rate. In fact, every social media channel has its own set of specific metrics, whether that be likes, followers, shares, reviews, stars, if you will. So it really depends on the social media platform that you're using. But at the end of the day, you need to be able to measure the results. If you're posting, let's just say on Facebook, and your whole job or strategy is to entice engagement, meaning get people to share that particular post or act on that post, then you need to be able to measure the engagement. How many people saw the post? How many people engaged with the post? Okay? And so just like any other marketing channel, you're collecting data and you need to react to that data. But more importantly, it's about being able to put a strategy together first. And then I would, a skill set I would recommend you have is understanding all the different social media platforms that are out there. I just named Buffer or Hootsuite or Sprout Social. They're all good in their own right, but they're all going to have different features. So to me, understanding what social media platform works best for you. You want to choose a social media platform that, allows you to control what posts you schedule, when you schedule them, how they're scheduled, what platform they're scheduled on. At the same time, you want a social media platform that's going to help you understand the engagement that you're getting from that platform. And you probably want a social media platform that allows you to, quote unquote, listen in, if you will, on what users are, reacting to in terms of hashtags or what's trending on that particular platform. Okay, so you want a listening tool, if you will, as part of that social media platform. So it's understanding what platform you want to use when it comes to social media marketing. It's understanding what strategy that platform is going to help you enact. Okay, and then it's also that social media platform that's going to help you understand the data so you can react to the data. Okay. So those are all, to me, the skill sets you need as a social media manager. And then an offshoot of social media is paid social. So just like search engine marketing, you can advertise on, say, Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook on a cost per click basis, meaning if you're showing your ad on LinkedIn and somebody clicks on it, you're going to pay for that click. You're going to pay LinkedIn, or you're going to pay Twitter, you're going to pay Facebook. So it's understanding, the skill sets involved with paid social is understanding what assets you can have when advertising on these platforms. Can you use video on LinkedIn or Facebook? Can you use what type of images, and how big do those images need to be, and can you have wording on those images, or what are the guidelines involved with having images as part of your ads? So having a full understanding of the types of assets that you can run in terms of your advertising on social media is very important, in my opinion, because it's always changing. And you want to be able to put the best asset, the best message. You want to put your best foot forward when advertising on social media. And of course, when you do advertise, again, a whole nother set of metrics. How many people saw your ad? How many people clicked on your ad? How many people engaged with the landing page? How many people converted? What was the cost per conversion? So all of those are metrics that we covered in search engine marketing. They apply with paid social. So you have the opportunity on paid social. You have the opportunity on social media to really get your message out there. It's really understanding what kind of data you're collecting, what are the results of the ad or the post, and how do you react to that? And that's really the common theme with digital marketing skills. If you're not a big fan of numbers, you're not a big fan of Excel, if you will, or spreadsheets, if looking at a mountain of data scares you, well, then you might want to think otherwise when going into digital marketing. But if you want to embrace the data, then digital marketing is really a great career, because if you can get the data and you know how to react to the data, then you can be successful in any campaign you run. All right, that should do it for today. Thanks for joining. Look forward to reaching out to you for more of these webinars. Feel free to email us or go check out our website at simplilearn.com. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
Before we get on to talking about mobile marketing, let's have a look at some stats related to mobile marketing. First off, mobile devices are used for over 40% of online transactions. Next, we have marketers and advertisers put 51% of their budget into mobile ads. And finally, mobile is responsible for an average of more than 40% of revenue in leading B2B organizations. So what is mobile marketing? Mobile marketing is a digital marketing strategy that started all the way in 1992. Remember SMSs that advertise stuff? That's what mobile marketing started off as. The main objective with mobile marketing is to advertise products and services to a target audience through multiple channels on smartphones, tablets, and other mobile devices. This is done through websites, emails, SMS, social media, in-app notifications, and other applications. So here are key concepts related to mobile marketing. First, we have focusing on the customer and personalized marketing. In mobile marketing, the primary focus is on the customer. Want them to increase brand loyalty? Give customers special offers or show them personalized ads based on their location and purchase history. Basically, by focusing on the customer, it gives them the feeling that the brand is directly interacting with them and as a result, their loyalty towards the brand greatly increases. Next, we have identifying trends with data. By leveraging data, different trends can be identified. From there, you can create customer profiles, and then with predictive and behavior analysis, you get an understanding of what will better grab the attention of a customer. Then we have testing. Testing provides insights and learnings that would be extremely important to the success of the campaign. For example, say you do an A/B test. With that, you'll get the optimal variant of the two, as well as further understanding of what works and what doesn't. And finally, understanding mobile analytics. Having some experience with mobile analytics with some of the metrics that need to be focused on, like engagement ratio, cost per install, and average revenue per user, are very important for mobile marketing. Experience with mobile analytics tools can also help with insights that would help future decisions and experiments. So if you're interested in getting certified in mobile marketing, you have options like Mobile App Marketing 2020, ASO, Advertising and Monetization by Udemy, and you also have Digital Marketing Specialist certification by Simplilearn. Now let's go to number 9, CRM or Customer Relationship Management. Here are some interesting stats. It is stated that towards the end of 2019, 86% of customers are willing to pay 25% more for better customer experience. Also, CRM marketing will be worth $73 billion in 2020. Finally, businesses that leverage CRM software see sales increase by 29%, sales productivity increase by 34%, and sales forecast accuracy increase by 42%. Now that we have looked into these stats, let's understand what CRM is all about. CRM is a technology with which an organization's relationships and interactions with existing or potential customers are managed. It's basically a collection of strategies, tools, and technologies, and CRMs aim to develop new customer relationships, retain them, or acquire new ones. Along with that, it also helps companies with sales, marketing, and service management. CRMs mainly store data like purchase history, personal information, and purchasing patterns. So here are a few areas to focus in CRM. First, we have data analytics. CRMs provide a number of different metrics that can be analyzed and whose results can be incorporated into forthcoming campaigns. Now, although what metric you focus on entirely depends on your requirements, here are some of the commonly used metrics. There's customer churn, which is basically customer attrition. There's NPS, which is a measure of how satisfied your customers are. There's customer retention cost and first contact resolution rate, which is the percentage of customer support tickets that get resolved at the first shot. Next, understanding how different CRM tools work. There are loads of options to choose from when it comes to CRMs. There's Salesforce, HubSpot CRM, Zoho CRM, Microsoft Dynamics, and much more. It is really important to have experienced at least the most commonly used ones, since each of them have their own nuances, advantages, and disadvantages. Now let's have a look at some of the certifications. We have options like Salesforce Administrator Certification Training Course by Simplilearn, Dynamics 365 by Microsoft, and finally HubSpot Academy Sales Professional Credential by HubSpot. So now let's go to number 8. At number 8, we have designing. Like usual, let's have a look at some of the stats. Did you know that 32% of marketers say visual images are the most important form of content for their business, with blogging in second? Well, 70% of companies invest in content marketing, which could include visual marketing strategies. So now let's take a closer look at designing. With designing, the objective is to communicate as well as products or services the brand is advertising in a visually appealing manner. Designing goes hand in hand with a great copy though. Even if you had the best looking creative in your ad, it's possible it won't catch on if the copy accompanying it isn't good. You might wonder, what does designing have to do with digital marketing? Plenty, actually. If you have an understanding of designing yourself, in the scenario where graphic designers are unable to bring your idea to life, you could do it yourself, deciding for yourself what the content will convey. Not only that, you might be able to provide some insight in the designing of the creative for the ad. Next, let's have a look at key concepts of designing. Firstly, a basic understanding of design philosophies are necessary, which means you need to know about concepts like using attention grabbing and relevant images, the golden point rule, and much more. Then, there needs to be an understanding of tools like Adobe Photoshop and After Effects. These are some of the most commonly used tools for creating creatives, and even the basic experience with these software could be extremely useful later on. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. We have certifications like Graphic Design by Coursera, Introduction to Graphic Design by LinkedIn, and Fundamentals of Graphic Design again by Coursera. Next, at number 7, we have listening. Now let's talk about social listening. Social listening is a method through which a brand can learn about what customers are saying about them and the industry online by monitoring digital conversations. The brand's social media channels can track, analyze, and respond to conversations and feedback, improving their relationship with the users who may become potential customers, and thus increasing loyalty of present customers. And it's a proven fact that customers are drawn towards brands that are prompt in response. Now let's have a look at some key concepts. Understanding how different social media platforms work. How is each platform different from the other? Where does most of your audience come from? Which platform is better suited for your content? Those are the questions that need to be answered. Then, experience with popular social listening tools like HubSpot and Hootsuite. These platforms can help with a number of different situations like PR crisis, respond to customer complaints, find user-generated content, to obtain competitive intelligence, take suggestions, and much more. Next, at number 6, we have copywriting. First, let's have a look at some stats. It is stated that 64% of B2B marketers outsource their demanding copy needs. Next, it also says that a compelling copy draws 7.8 times more site traffic and produces writing. Copywriting is an act of creating promotional texts that could be advertised in brochures, notifications, billboards, emails, and so on. The primary objective here is that the written content called copy or sales copy increases brand awareness and persuades individuals to take a particular action, be it signing up to a website, buy a product, and so on. Now let's have a look at some key concepts of copywriting. First, understanding the customers and the competition. So from the customers, several bits of vital information can be obtained, like what kind of writing gets the maximum amount of engagement, what kind they dislike, and much more. Likewise, from the competition, you can find out what kind of writing they have success with, what they are doing better from your brand, and so on. This one goes without saying, but to have success with copywriting, you need to be well versed with grammar and have sufficiently good writing skills. Let's have a look at some certifications now. Here we have the Creative Copywriter Academy. Then we have the IDM Award in Digital Copywriting by the Institute of Data and Marketing. And finally, we have American Writers and Artists Copywriting course. Next up, number 5, email marketing. First, let's have a look at some stats. According to Statista, in 2019, global email users amounted to 3.9 million. By 2023, this is set to grow to 4.3 billion. Next, it also states that 81% SMBs rely on email as their primary customer acquisition channel and 80% for retention. Next, again by Statista, it states that 49% of consumers would like to receive promotional emails from their favorite brands. So now let's have a look at email marketing. Email marketing is a method for performing digital marketing by using emails to promote products and services to a highly targeted audience. In a way, email marketing could nurture the relationship with your customers or completely drive them away. With email marketing, customers can be communicated with directly with personalized emails, helping them stay updated with items or offers. It also serves a purpose of informing people about your brand or keeping existing customers engaged between purchases. Now let's have a look at key concepts. First, we have focusing on personalization and automation. Emails can be set up in such a way that customers are regularly sent emails on a regular basis to keep in touch with them, inform them about new products, and other forms of engagement. Then we have complying with data privacy rules. Privacy has been the talking point for a while now. Most recently, the GDPR brought about a number of restrictions that have to be adhered to by organizations. So it's absolutely necessary that these privacy guidelines are followed. Or would you rather spend £10 million? Next, experimenting with different kinds of content. Emails can have images, GIFs, or videos attached to them, and each of them can impact your customer base in a different manner depending on their requirements. So different kinds of content need to be experimented with to determine the one that works best for you. And finally, absolutely necessary to be experienced with tools like HubSpot and MailChimp. These platforms come with a number of features like contact segmenting, autoresponders, service and app integration, A/B testing, and much more. Next up, we have certifications. Here we have certifications like HubSpot Academy Email Marketing by HubSpot, then Email and Affiliate Marketing Mastermind by Udemy, and finally Advanced Email Marketing Certification Training by Simplilearn. So now that we have reached midway, I have a question for you guys. What do you guys think is in the number 1 section? Let me know in the live chat. I'd like to know what you guys think. If you enjoy watching informative tech videos like this one, consider subscribing to Simplilearn's channel to stay up to date on the trending technologies and hit the bell icon to never miss an update in the future. Now back to number 4, social media marketing. Before we go in, let's have a look at some stats. According to Statista, nearly 50% of the world's population uses social media. 73% of marketers believe social media marketing has been somewhat effective or very effective for their business. Lastly, 90.4% of millennials, 77.5% of Gen, 8.2% of baby boomers are active social media users. So now let's have a look at social media marketing. Social media marketing involves the usage of social media platforms to build a brand, drive traffic to your website, and increase sales. This helps marketers achieve their marketing and branding goals by creating and sharing content on social media. Activities like text and image updates, video, and other content that can drive engagement. Social media marketing also enables marketers to perform paid advertising. With this, your brand's content like articles, videos, and images are exposed to a high-quality targeted audience. Next, let's have a look at some key concepts of social media marketing. First, understanding how to work with different social media platforms is necessary. Every social media platform comes with its own kind of audience, nuances, advantages, and disadvantages. So it's important to have experience with them so that the one that best suits your requirements can be selected. Next, we have monetization. On YouTube, which is also a social media platform, you could monetize your videos to get some income out of them. Other options include affiliate marketing, influencer marketing, events, and much more. Then we have analytics. Experience with social media marketing tools like Buffer and BuzzSumo can help organizations by providing alerts based on keywords, brand names, links, domain, and much more. Among other things, it also tracks competitors and analyzes their content to determine what they are doing better. Then we have knowing your brand's user base and optimizing your content. It's important to understand your brand's user base to determine what they like the most on your social media page and then optimize it. Now, let's have a look at some certifications. Here we have Advanced Social Media Certification Training by Simplilearn. Then we have Social Media Marketing on LinkedIn Learning. And finally, Hootsuite Social Marketing Certification by Hootsuite. And now for the top 3. Number 3, pay-per-click or PPC. First, let's have a look at some stats. 33% of people click on paid search ad because it directly answers their search query. It also states that paid ads have a 11.38% CTR on Google. And finally, according to Google, businesses make an average of $2 in income for every $1 they spend in Google Ads. Now let's talk about PPC. It is a form of online advertising in which advertisers spend a certain amount of money each time their advertisement is clicked. This process is having to get them organically. Search engine marketing most popular methods to perform PPC. For PPC, most search engines are part of an automated process performed by the search engine to determine how relevant and valid they are to appear in the search engine result page. And their advertising works. Each of them have their own but somewhat similar rules, prices, and lucrative players among the search engines. Google Ads provides marketers with a sizable chunk of the internet to advertise to. It is important to properly understand how Google Ads works and how its many features and functionalities can be used efficiently. For more on Google Ads, why don't you check our introductory video on it? I'll link it in the chat. Next, analytics. Different metrics like CPC or cost per click, clicks, click-through rate, and quality score need to be understood so that optimal and well-informed decisions can be made. Finally, we have copywriting and visual design ability. As I mentioned earlier, either of these don't work without the other, which means the experience in both these concepts would be greatly beneficial for the individual and the organization. Now, let's certifications. We have Google Ads certifications by Google, then Advanced Pay-per-Click PPC certification training by Simplilearn, and finally we have Microsoft and Excellence program by Microsoft. Now for the top 2, search engine optimization. Let's first look at some stats. According to Zero Limit Web, on the first page alone, the first 5 organic results account for 67.60% of all the clicks. And according to Google, where to buy plus near me mobile queries have grown by over 200% in the past 2 years. And finally, according to HubSpot, 57% of B2B marketers stated that SEO generates more leads than any other marketing initiative. So what exactly is search engine optimization? Search engine optimization, or SEO, refers to the method adopted by an organization to grow the quality and quantity of website traffic by making it more visible to the users of a particular web search engine. This is possible with the help of organic search results. SEO improves unpaid results and doesn't count traffic obtained from paid ads. Next, let's have a look at some key concepts of SEO. Technical SEO. The technical side of SEO, like server-side settings, sitemaps, server response code, rewrites, and so on, will help you take advantage of both page level and server level optimization to ensure they are found by search engines. This, by extension, helps generate traffic and conversions. Next, content marketing. It is important to be well versed in content marketing, as both SEO and content marketing cannot exist without the other. Content marketing provides high quality content and SEO provides the appropriate keywords that would help it get noticed by search engines. Next, link building. The process of search engine optimization can only be successful if there's a combination of both external link building and internal link optimization. One builds links with credible websites and the other performs link optimization on your own properties and social media platforms. Now we have site usability. SEO must focus on good site usability. This is an indication of how objects are placed in your website and if the information provided is useful for the users. It also indicates if the site is easy to use and navigate. Then you need to have experience with tools like Moz and Google Analytics to take appropriate inferences from the data obtained. And finally, we have Google Analytics and Google Webmaster. It will help with tracking and reporting website traffic. Google Webmaster will help track your website search performance with the help of Google Search Console and additional resources. Now let's have a look at some certifications. Here we have SEO training course by Moz, which is provided by Udemy, and we have search engine optimization training course by Simplilearn, and finally we have HubSpot SEO training course provided by HubSpot. Finally, number 1, it's data analytics. Data analysis is a process which looks into collecting and organizing data. By doing so, helpful conclusions are drawn. These conclusions can be incorporated into the upcoming campaigns of the organization. The information that is analyzed is collected with the help of analytical and logical reasoning. Here are some key concepts of data analysis. First, understanding popular data analytics tools like Apache Spark, Tableau, and SAS can be greatly helpful in the process of data analysis. Then we have Google Analytics. Google Analytics is a tool that helps businesses analyze their website. It records activities of users, then sent to the Google Analytics server, and then can be used by you to make decisions regarding upcoming campaigns. Then we have data visualization. Data visualization enables data to be translated into a chart, graph, or other visual component. Understanding data visualization would help with understanding data in a quick and clean manner. It enables brands to identify emergent trends and to respond to it quickly. With it, the brand story can also be shared with others thanks to being able to create a narrative with graphics and diagrams. And finally, a clear understanding of data structures, fundamentals, and basic statistics can greatly ease the process of data analysis. Certifications. Here we have Introduction to Data Analytics for Business by Coursera, and we have Data Analyst Masters Program by Simplilearn, and finally we have MicroMasters Program in Marketing Analytics by edX.
Today, I'm going to tell you how you can become a digital marketer. So, responsible for several things. Let's go through some of them. First off, they're responsible to develop as well as manage marketing campaigns to ensure that the goals of the organization are fulfilled. They need to create a marketing strategy which is based on analyzing their competition as well as the benchmarks within the industry. They need to drive website traffic as well as acquire leads, which are then worked upon by the organization or the business. They need to utilize web analytics tools so that they can measure and optimize a campaign, which is basically how well the campaign is doing, and if it's not doing well, how they can make it better. And finally, they need to be able to enhance brand awareness, which is just letting people know that the brand exists and how the brand can make. Let's talk about how to become a digital marketer. To become a digital marketer, you need a certain set of skills. Skills like search engine optimization, search engine marketing or SEM, email marketing, social media marketing, affiliate marketing, content marketing, and finally, mobile marketing. So the first step you need to take to become a digital marketer is to learn SEO. So SEO or search engine optimization is the process of increasing the quality of your organic traffic, which is nothing but the traffic that comes to your website without having seen any paid advertisements, just because your website is one of the first few results when they search a particular query on a page SEO. So how to do on-page SEO? First off, you need to do keyword research. Keyword research is one of the most important steps in the process of identifying popular words and phrases used on search engines by users. You need to be able to identify keywords with high search volume, high relevancy, and low competition. Next up, we have technical audit. So search engines around the world have internet bots performing a particular process known as crawling. In this process, these search engine bots, also known as spiders, scan a website and copy the entire website's content and store it within the search engine for it to index. Now you need to ensure your site is being crawled and indexed. Next, you have on-site optimization. You need to develop high quality content, meta tags, URL and sitemaps. And finally, user experience, architecture, as well as internal linking structure. Next up, let's talk about how to do off-page SEO. This is made possible with the help of link building. This is the process of navigating links from other websites to your own. And by building external links to your website, your organic search ranking can be improved. Now let's talk about some SEO tools. You have Moz, Google Keyword Planner, SEMrush, and Ahrefs, which is to learn SEM or search engine marketing. Search engine marketing is a practice of marketing a business using paid advertisements on search engines and other websites. So basically, this is a way of attracting users towards your website or a particular product that you're offering. So how can you do SEM or search engine marketing? First off, you need to determine your goal and define a budget. You need to ensure that you have a goal in mind. For example, do you want more leads? Do you want to increase traffic or improve brand awareness and much more? After you're done with that, you need to define a budget. How much money are you ready to spend to achieve this goal? Then you need to choose a list of relevant keywords, which is keywords on which you'll be bidding to advertise. You need to finalize your keywords and then bid on them, which is basically, are you ready to pay for how many clicks you're getting or for acquiring customers or making them leads and so on. You need to create a compelling headline for your ad campaign. You need to monitor the performance of campaigns and measure results, which is basically finding out whether the campaign is working out well, and if it's not, to optimize it so that it works the next time. And you need to target your audience with remarketing campaigns. For example, if a customer does not go through with the conversion process, they can add it to the remarketing audience so that they can be advertised to again. Some of the popular SEM tools are Google AdWords Editor, FB Ads Manager, Bing Ads, and AdRoll. Now for the next step to become a digital marketer, you have to learn email marketing. Now email marketing is a really efficient as well as inexpensive way to generate high return on investment. It can be used to convert prospects into customers by sending personalized emails to a targeted audience. So how do you perform email marketing? First off, you need to discover your target audience and create segments in which you can divide them depending on their behavior. You need to select and create your type of campaign depending on the goals you want to achieve. You need to select a suitable design for your campaign. You need to have a compelling subject line and email content, which is very important when it comes to email marketing. You need to send campaigns immediately or schedule an email. And finally, you need to measure results such as open rate, click-through rate, response rate, and so on. You also need to perform A/B testing to find out what works and what doesn't. Some of the popular email marketing tools are MailChimp, HubSpot, Marketo, Sendinblue, and so on. And now for the next step, you need to learn social media marketing. Social media marketing involves the promotion of your product and services on different social media platforms using different types of content. Now this could be just sponsored posts, video ad marketing. First off, you need to choose a suitable social media platform for your business. It could be Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on. Next up, you need to find your target audience. Now, each of these platforms has a particular niche that occupies it. Now, for example, Facebook requires an active social media marketing strategy. Pinterest is usually used by females. LinkedIn can be used for employee networking. And YouTube is a platform where people create as well as share video content. And that's the only content that works on YouTube. You need to create as well as curate engaging content, because without your content being engaging, nobody's going to be interested in your product or service. Then you need to choose a social media management tool. And finally, you need to test, evaluate, and optimize your results. Now let's talk about some popular social media marketing tools. We have Hootsuite, TweetDeck, Buffer, Sprout Social, and so many more. Now for your next step to becoming a digital marketer, you need to learn affiliate marketing. Now, affiliate marketing is a form of digital marketing that involves two players, a merchant as well as an affiliate. Now, a merchant is an individual who pays a commission to the affiliate, who could be a third-party site or entity, to drive sales, bring leads or new customers with the help of referrals. Now, how can you do affiliate marketing? First off, you need to choose a tool through which you can find affiliates who can advertise your product. Now you need to choose affiliate on the basis of how much traffic the affiliate's website gets, how successful the affiliate's previous campaigns were, and how much commission the affiliate asks for. Then you need to specify the format that the affiliate must use when they're advertising your product or service. You need to keep a record of the customers who purchased your product or service through the affiliate, and finally pay the affiliate based on the commission rates. Now let's talk about some of the popular affiliate marketing tools. There's CJ Affiliate, Volume, Has Offers, and Awin. Now for the next step to becoming a digital marketer, you need to learn mobile marketing. Now mobile marketing enables a business to communicate with a targeted audience through any mobile device. This is through SMS, emails, MMSs, and so on. So how do you do mobile marketing? First off, you need to create a mobile buyer persona, which is, what kind of person is using the phone. You need to set business goals, like what goals, basically determining what goals you want to achieve with the mobile marketing campaign. Then you need to conduct your campaign and reach your target audience with a personalized message to these users. And finally, you need to monitor these metrics and optimize them if required. Now let's talk about some popular mobile marketing tools. There's Slick Text, Localytics, AdMob, Facebook mobile ads, and much more. Now for your next step in becoming a digital marketer, you need to learn content marketing. Content marketing is a pull marketing technique of creating as well as sharing valuable content. Now this could be blogs, videos, or articles which solves the problem of the target audience. This holds their attention by adding value to their lives and can end up converting their interest into a purchase. So how do you do content marketing? Firstly, you need to define your goals, as in what you want to achieve. You need to define your target audience. Then you need to determine what kind of content you are creating. It could be blog posts, ebooks, case studies, infographics, and so on. You need to brainstorm for new content ideas. You need to perform a content audit, which is to evaluate content elements and information assets, and choose a suitable content management system. Now you can plan, create, publish, and measure your results all in one place using a content management system, such as the HubSpot software. Next, you need to promote your content using email, affiliate, and social media marketing. Finally, you need to measure your success and optimize your content. Now let's talk about some of the popular content marketing tools. There's LinkedIn Pulse, Paper.li, Flipboard, Trapit, and many more. Now let's talk about some additional resources. Now there are a huge number of videos online about digital marketing, and I recommend you go through some of them so that you have a basic idea about their fundamentals. Now this is where Simplilearn's YouTube channel can help you. You can take advantage of Simplilearn's digital marketing tutorials. You can go to this playlist right here, and here you have tutorials on what is SEO, how you can rank #1 on Google, keywords research, Facebook ads tutorial, how you can rank your YouTube videos, Facebook advertising tips and tricks, social media marketing, Google Tag Manager, Google Analytics, and so much more. Now let's have a look at the salaries of a digital marketer. In the United States, the average salary of a digital marketer is approximately $65,000 per year. Similarly, the average salary for a digital marketer in India is approximately 5 lakh rupees per year. Now let's talk about how you can become a certified digital marketer. Now there are a number of different certifications available for you. There's the Google Ads Fundamental Certification, the Facebook Certified Planning Professional Certification, the HubSpot Content Marketing Certification, the Hootsuite Social Marketing Certification, and Simplilearn's Digital Marketing Specialist Master's Program. Now here's another way Simplilearn can help you. Simplilearn has a number of different digital marketing certifications. Let's talk about the Digital Marketing Specialist Master's Program. In this program, there are a number of different certifications, such as the Digital Marketing Certified Associate, Advanced Web Analytics, Advanced SEO, and so on. The certification also provides the OMCP certification exam voucher worth $395 upon the completion of the master's program. It has 45 plus projects and can salary of close to 17 lakhs per annum. It is also accredited by Hootsuite, Facebook, the OMCP, and so on. So now let's have a closer look at the digital marketing course or the Digital Marketing Certified Associate Certification Training. Now this certification provides 53 hours of instructor-led training, 40 plus hours of self-paced videos, instructor-led online project mentoring sessions, helping you prep for exam examinations from the OMCA, Google Ads, and so on. It has industry accreditations from Hootsuite, Facebook, and the OMCP. And it covers more. Go on to simplylearn.com so that you can get started on your journey getting certified and getting ahead.
Hey guys, welcome to this video on digital marketing career, jobs, resume, salary, skills, roles and responsibilities. So, without further ado, let's jump right into it. The 21st century has given us many things to be thankful for. From technology to healthcare, our lives have greatly improved for the better. And many of these things wouldn't have been possible without the internet. Not counting about the several ways it has improved our lives, the internet has also made the life of marketers a whole lot easier. Earlier, unless you had lots of money or were very popular, your brand's popularity would be limited to your locality. But thanks to the internet, you can advertise your content to anyone, anywhere in the world. The whole world is now your marketplace. And that is because of digital marketing, which is the process of advertising goods, services, and your brand with the help of digital channels like websites, social media platforms, search engines, and so on. Digital marketing has the following types: search engine optimization, content marketing, social media marketing, search engine marketing, affiliate marketing, native advertising, marketing automation, and email marketing. But you might be wondering, who can ensure these digital incorporated into a brand's marketing campaigns to ensure the best possible output? A digital marketer, of course. So now let's talk about everything related to a digital marketer. But before we can get started, let's go to a more familiar setting on where a digital marketer belongs and strives: the office. Now let's start by talking about who is a digital marketer. A digital marketer is someone whose objective is use digital channels like search engines, social media platforms, affiliates, and other opportunities to generate leads and build brand awareness. Everything the digital marketer is aimed at helping the brand grow. But that's not where his or her responsibilities end. A digital marketer is also responsible for developing and managing marketing campaigns. This means that the success of the entire marketing efforts of a brand or an organization entirely depends on how competently a digital marketer develops the marketing campaign. The work doesn't end there though. The digital marketer also needs to manage the campaigns. Next, like we mentioned earlier, he or she needs to acquire leads and drive traffic to the brand's website, taking advantage of the digital channels we mentioned earlier, alongside providing high quality content. The digital marketer also needs to perform competitive analysis and industry benchmarking to understand what kind of content works best within your industry, the kind of content that your competition posts, and what works for them. They're also responsible for using tools like Buffer, Hootsuite, and Sprout Social to measure and optimize marketing campaigns based on data obtained from the tools. And finally, they are responsible for improving brand awareness by advertising the organization's or brand's content on digital marketing channels. Let's now talk about the skills required to become a digital marketer. Now, let's have a look at the different types of digital marketing. There's search engine optimization, content marketing, social media marketing, search engine optimization, affiliate marketing, and email marketing. Let's talk about search engine optimization first. Search engine optimization is the process of improving the overall quality and quantity of the organic traffic coming to your website via search engines. With SEO, you're able to attract visitors who would be actually interested in the products or services that your brand is offering without having to pay a single penny. The process of SEO has two parts, each of them in detail. First, let's have a look at on-page SEO. On-page or on-site SEO is a method of search engine optimization that involves the optimization of elements on a website like its content or HTML code to help increase the amount of traffic coming to your website and improve its search engine rankings. It also helps users easily understand what a page is all about and whether or not your page addresses their search query. On-page SEO is possible with the help of keyword research, technical audits, on-site optimizations, and enhanced user experiences. Next, we have off-page SEO. Off-page or off-site SEO refers to actions taken outside your website to affect your rankings in search engine result pages. It involves promotional methods to improve search engine and user perception of your site's popularity, relevance, trustworthiness, and authority. Off-page SEO can also be performed with the help of link building, which is getting other websites to link back to your website. Some of the popular SEO tools are Moz, Google Keyword Planner, SEMrush, and Ahrefs. Next up, we have content marketing. Content marketing refers to the process of marketing that focuses on creating and sharing valuable, relevant, and consistent content like blogs, videos, infographics, and case studies to bring the attention of a targeted online audience to the brand's products and services. The process of content marketing involves, firstly, to decide what goal you want to achieve with your marketing campaign. Do you want more subscribers, more conversions, increased leads? That's what you need to decide here. Then, you need to set up buyer personas. A buyer persona is a profile created based on research that represents the target customer that might enjoy your products or services. With this, you can identify the ideal audience that might be interested in your content. Next, you'll need to perform a content audit. It involves taking a look at all the content on your website and assessing its relative strengths and weaknesses in order to prioritize your future marketing activities. Then, you need to choose a content management system of your choosing. There are a number of options available like WordPress, MailChimp, and Squarespace. You'll need to keep brainstorming for new forms of content that will attract the attention of new audience. You will need to focus on a particular form of content you want to focus on. And finally, you will need to publish and manage your content. Now, let's talk about popular content marketing tools. There's Buffer, BuzzSumo, FollowerWonk, and Hootsuite. Let's now talk about the next type of digital marketing, that is social media marketing. Social media marketing refers to a form of marketing that involves the usage of social media platforms to connect with your audience, to build your brand, to increase sales, and to drive traffic. You will need to listen to and engage with followers, analyze results, and run social media advertisements. The process of social media marketing involves, like before, you first need to determine what goal you want to achieve. You'll need to determine whether you need increased conversions, email signups, lead generation, or any other marketing goal. You'll need to find out which files get the most amount of engagement, likes, or shares. Then, you'll need to research about your competition within your niche. See what kinds of content they post, what content of theirs receives the most engagement from their audience, and how you can make similar content. You will then need to perform a social media audit, through which you can analyze content on your social media profile and understand their strengths and weaknesses to determine what kinds of content you can post. Then, you will need to create an account on a social media platform of your choice, like LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, and start creating marketing strategies on how to make the most out of them. You should also take into consideration other brands that have already established themselves in social media for inspiration. You can analyze what kind of content they post and how you can replicate the same. You will then need to create a social media calendar. These are spreadsheets or applications that will enable you to plan your social media posts in advance. You can plan when content will be shared, manage them, and track the deadlines. And finally, you will need to keep testing, evaluating, and making adjustments to your marketing campaigns to finally reach the sweet spot where you have a perfect social media marketing campaign. Here are some of the popular social media marketing tools. There is Hootsuite, TweetDeck, Sprout Social, and Buffer, just to name a few. Next up, let's have a look at search engine marketing. Search engine marketing, or SEM, is a marketing process that involves websites increasing the amount of traffic as well as their visibility on search engine result pages by taking advantage of paid advertising. Let's now take a look at the process of search engine marketing. First off, as usual, is to determine what goal you want to achieve with your SEM campaign. More leads, conversions, subscriptions, you decide. Then, you will need to research what kinds of keywords you want to advertise on. This is a really important decision that carries a lot of monetary weight, as choosing the wrong keywords may have your brand competing against larger ones. In a bidding battle, you have no chance of winning. You will then need to decide on what keywords you want to advertise and then start bidding on them to ensure that a user sees your ad when they search for that particular keyword. You will need to set up a headline for your ad campaigns, as a well-written headline for your ad can make the difference between a potential customer coming to your website and buying your products and then being completely turned off by your brand. You will need to monitor your campaigns and measure how well you're doing so that you can make the appropriate adjustments. And finally, you will need to make sure you make regular optimizations and adjustments based on the data you've collected and retarget potential customers to renew their interest in your brand. Some popular search engine marketing tools are Google Ads, Facebook Ads Manager, AdRoll, and Binge Ads, just to name a few. Next up, let's take a look at affiliate marketing. Affiliate marketing is the process of paying an affiliate, who could be a particular website or other entity, to advertise a merchant's products. The affiliate usually promotes the product and earns a commission for each sale they make. This is usually done using referrals via registrations, email sign-ups, conversions, and subscriptions. Here's the process of affiliate marketing. First, you will need to decide the affiliate network you want to choose. The affiliate network is like a favor for both merchants and affiliates. Here, a merchant gets to decide which affiliate they want to work with and vice versa. As a merchant, you will need to set up specific rules, guidelines, image specifications, commission costs, and other details that an affiliate needs to accept before they can apply to advertise for you. After this, affiliates apply to advertise on the merchant's behalf. The merchants decide which affiliate they want to go with and would be the best representation of their brand. Now, once an affiliate has been selected, he or she places ads on their website or the platform of their choosing, advertising the merchant's products. Interested customers then click on these ads and are sent to the merchant's website. If customers make a purchase, the affiliate network makes a note of it. The transaction is then validated and credited to the affiliate. And finally, the affiliate is given his or her commission, and likewise the process repeats itself. Here are some of the popular affiliate marketing tools. We have CJ Affiliate, Volume, Awin, and has offers, just name a few again. Now, we are having a look at the last type of digital marketing, and that is email marketing. Email marketing is the process of using personalized emails to convert prospective users into potential customers. Here's the process of email marketing. First, you decide on what goal you want to achieve with your email marketing campaign. Then, you decide what kind of emails you want to send. Is it a welcome email, a newsletter, a lead nurturing email, a re-engagement email? That's what you've got to decide here. Next, you can choose an email marketing tool of your choosing. These tools can help you with templates for emails, create email lists, track performance, and do much more. You will then need to attract users with a reason to subscribe to your emails, with attractive opt-in advantages like exclusive access to sales, discounts, and so on. You will need to plan emails and their respective follow-ups with an email calendar. You will also need to create an attractive subject line and copy that will attract the attention of potential customers. But the job isn't done. After creating an attractive subject line and copy, your email also has to have an attractive design. And finally, you will need to perform A or B tests and use analytics to measure how well your campaign is doing. Based on this, you can make the appropriate adjustments to make sure the upcoming campaigns are a success. Some popular email marketing tools are MailChimp, HubSpot, Sendinblue, and Marketo, just to name a few. Now, let's take a look at some digital marketer careers. Here are some of the most popular job roles you can have. We'll be talking about the salaries of these job roles, courtesy of Glassdoor. First, we have Digital Marketing Manager. A digital marketing manager earns approximately $75,000 per annum in the US. In India, he or she can earn approximately 7 lakh rupees per annum. Next, we have SEO Manager. In the United States, an SEO manager earns approximately $62,000 per annum, whereas in India, an SEO manager earns approximately 5 lakhs per annum. Then we have Search Engine Marketing or PPC Expert. A PPC expert in the US earns approximately $74,000 per annum, whereas in India, a PPC expert can earn approximately 4 lakh rupees per annum. Next up, we have the Social Media Manager. In the US, a social media manager earns approximately $50,000 per annum. In India, he or she can earn approximately 5 lakhs per annum. And finally, we have the Content Marketing Manager. A content marketing manager can earn approximately $65,000 in the United States. In India, he or she can earn approximately 5 lakh rupees per annum. Let's have a look at a sample digital marketer resume. First off, you start off with the usuals like name, address, and the other stuff. Following this, you will need to add a brief summary of your years of experience and the different important skills you have experience with. In this case, this person has 2 years of experience in just about every important type of digital marketing. Your summary can vary based on the job role you're looking for. You give them links to your socials and then add experience. This is the part where you can highlight your achievements during your years of work. Here, you can see how this person has brought growth in just about every channel he's gotten into. The most important part to remember here is that the stuff you add here must be quantitative, with actual stats about how your work brought growth to your organization. Again, depending on the job role you're applying for, you can choose to elaborate on some of your achievements over others. Then, you can cover the different tools you've got experience with. Make sure you add relevant tools related to this job role you're looking for. For example, for the role of a SEM expert, having experience with Google Ads and Google Analytics is mandatory, so that has to be a part of this list. You can add concise details about your education and then talk about the courses you've completed. Having completed the right courses can have a significant impact on your hireability.
Today we're going to talk about digital marketing tools. So fasten your seatbelts and let's get started. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some of the best digital marketing tools for not only 2019, but ones that have performed well in the past, that are popular, and ones that we foresee as being the go-to tools for the future. So past, present, and future digital marketing tools is the way to look at this with a good focus on a lot of different marketing channels here. So we're going to focus first on SEO, talk about some of the tools related to on-page and off-page. We're going to switch over to paid search, talk a little bit about paid search tools. We're going to talk about email marketing and some of the email marketing platforms and the tools within those platforms. The center of it all is web analytics. So Google Analytics is the tool we'll be taking a closer look at in today's webinar and all that it has to offer. Okay, affiliate marketing. We'll talk about some of the tools available to you for affiliate marketing. We'd be remiss if we didn't talk about social media and all that it has to offer and all the metrics and tools available, all the platforms available. So we'll hone in on a couple of examples there. And then we'll also talk about some competition tools available for you. So there's a whole suite of tools. The one caveat being, hey, if you have your favorite tool, continue using it. In fact, if there's a tool that we didn't mention in today's webinar, feel free to mention it in the comment box below this video. We'd love to hear what you're using to manage your particular digital marketing channel. Okay, and so the goal for today's webinar is, hey, we hope you get something out of this in terms of using new tools. There's some tools that I use, some tools that my colleagues use. Everybody uses different tools, so it'd be good to kind of see what else is out there. So if you have something to share, share it. By all means, what we're trying to do is share what we think are, best practices and some of the most popular or most used tools out there in the industry. So that's what we're going to do. The goal is to get you to better understand some of the tools we're using in a little bit more detail. And what we're going to do is start out with search engine optimization. Okay, so search engine optimization or organic search, we have a mixture of paid and free. So there's a lot of different platforms, but if you're focusing on SEO, you certainly need to use an SEO platform. So there's SEMrush. Okay, you also have Google Search Console, which is free. So if you don't have a SEO platform, you definitely need to be using Google Search Console. And so we'll take a closer look at that. There's Google Keyword Planner, which is actually situated under Google Ads. And so if you're running Google campaigns on Google Search Network or even the display network, you have access to a great tool called Keyword Planner. And if you know anything about SEO, you'll know that using Google's Keyword Planner is a good tool. So we'll take a look at that. Moz is a freemium tool, meaning they have a free trial that you can sign up for to test drive it, but it's another SEO platform and it does cost money. Got a great tool in Screaming Frog. That's a paid version. Again, not too expensive. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we have, a tool in Ahrefs that help us with all aspects of SEO, primarily focusing on off-page. So these are just some examples that we're going to hone in on, but this is just a small subset of what really is available out there in the market. So let's go ahead and dive a little bit deeper and understand why we use some of these tools. Well, the first reason when we talk about SEO is to find relevant keywords. Not only do we want to find relevant keywords, we want to find relevant keywords with high volume and low competition. Okay, we wouldn't want to find non-relevant keywords with high competition, low volume. That wouldn't make sense. So we need a tool to kind of help us put it all together. And so the tool of choice for us is Google's Keyword Planner. And Google's Keyword Planner helps us hone in on keywords we may be interested in optimizing for, because not only one, are they relevant, but two, they're going to have high volume and low competition. So let's take a look at an example in Google's Keyword Planner. So here I am, I'm in Google's Keyword Planner, and as I mentioned before, Google's Keyword Planner is situated under Google Ads. Okay, so you have to have a Google Ads account to use Google's Keyword Planner. And so when you're in Google Ads, you simply go to Tools, and then under Tools, you're going to select Keyword Planner. So what we want to do is look for keywords. We're focusing on organic search, not necessarily paid search. So organic search, we want to hone in on some keywords. So let's just use one of the examples that Google's given us here, meal delivery. So we're going to just type in meal delivery and get some results. So notice I can enter a domain as a filter. And so in other words, hey, I could say, look, hone in on keywords related to this website if I wanted to. But I'm asking Google, hey, just give me something closely related to mail delivery because that's my business. So I'm going to click get results. Notice I can add another keyword if I wanted to, but I'm just going to stick with one keyword. But there are certainly other keywords that I can certainly hone in on if mail delivery is my business. And so let's just hone in on that one keyword, mail delivery. We want to be found organically for that keyword. So what Google Keyword Planner does is not only give us the keyword and other keywords relevant to that, but it gives us the average monthly search volumes. And this is an average over the course of the last 12 months. And notice here, I get a bump for competition. So I'm able to see whether that's a very competitive keyword or not. And then just to give you an extra edge when you're choosing keywords, you can get a sense of what the keyword may cost if you wanted to bid on that for paid search. So for mail delivery, I can see it's anywhere between $7.46 and at the top of the page, high range, $16.61. So that should alert me to the fact that, hey, if I'm going to try and optimize for this keyword, I know it's competitive because not only Google is telling me it's competitive by telling me high competition, but I know that the cost per click seems a little bit high. And what is a little bit high? Well, I can see some other keywords here that, $1 to $3. Okay, I could see some other ones that are even lower than the $7 they're suggesting. So that's an indication that the keyword is highly competitive. So the idea here using Google's Keyword Planner is one, we want to get an idea of what other keywords are out there that are relevant. So it helps stimulate some ideas for relevancy. Two, we can get an average monthly search volume. So we want to know on average over the past 12 months, how many search queries I can expect from this keyword. And then three, I can get a sense of the competition. How competitive is this keyword? So if I try to optimize for this keyword and I want to rank for it organically, is it competitive? If it's competitive, then it's probably going to take me a bit longer to be found for this keyword on page 1 of Google. So that's the whole idea behind Google's Keyword Planner. And note that you could change some of the settings here. So if you want to choose a different language, okay, you can hone in on a longer or shorter period of time. You can even choose a specific location. So if I chose Texas, I can certainly choose the entire United States to get a sense of what the volume would be for the total US. So you have settings that you can change and manipulate to get you the data you need to choose keywords. So that's the whole idea behind Google's Keyword Planner, to find relevant keywords, high volume, low competition. Now, alternatively, I can certainly use another tool to find keywords. So I have a Moz account, so I logged into Moz. And Moz has a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if I use that same keyword I used in Google's Keyword Planner, mail delivery, I'm going to ask Moz to give me some data on that keyword. So this is for the entire United States. And again, I can change that if I wanted to. Okay, so I can hone in on a specific country or different country. So what Moz is telling me, hey, for this keyword in the entire United States, I'm looking at anywhere from 11,500 to 30,000 on monthly volume. Now what Moz does is they give you a difficulty score. So a difficulty score is a score between 1 and 100. And so I could see this is pretty much right down the middle in terms of difficulty. Okay, so if it's 0, it's an easy keyword. If it's 100, it's very difficult. And then that means you have a lot of competitors who are optimizing for this keyword, that are ranking for this keyword. And so Moz gives us the volume, they give us the competition, and they, just like Google's Keyword Planner, gives us some other keywords that we can potentially hone in on. So here I could see keyword delivery plans, delivery services, etc. So I can see a lot more suggestions than what's listed here. So Moz delivers a bunch of other analysis related to the keyword. They also give you some good keyword suggestions. So Moz is a good alternative tool, and we'll be coming back to Moz related to SEO for some other of its features. But for now, if you don't want to necessarily use Google's Keyword Planner because maybe you're not running Google Ads, you can always use Moz. Now remember, Moz has basically a freemium version, meaning you can sign up for a free account. And you could sign up for a free account as a test trial, and you could test it for a period of days and leverage its tools during that free trial to get a better sense of how these tools work. So we want to be able to use Moz. We want to be able to use Google's Keyword Planner, not only to search for all those relevant keywords available to you, but we want to be able to choose keywords with high volume and low difficulty, low competition. We also want to select primary and second keywords wisely. So remember, when you optimize, you're optimizing a page for more than one keyword. So you want to be able to have a nice portfolio of diverse, relevant keywords with high search volume and low difficulty. And then you want to be able to identify those keywords that your competitors are ranking for. So Moz gives you that information. And so we want to be able to leverage the tools available to us to choose the right keywords. So if you need any more information on this, we got a nice webinar on keyword research for SEO. So take a look at that video on YouTube to get more specific details about using SEO tools for keyword research and all about keyword research in general for SEO. So let's talk about some other reasons under SEO why we would use some of these tools available to us. Well, we want to be able to understand the search engines and how they crawl and index our site. Okay, we also want to check the correct format of the sitemap, and we want to monitor backlinks. Okay, we also want to analyze linking to our web page. Okay, which ones are good, which ones are not good. Okay, we also want to perform some competitor analysis. So these are some of the reasons why, other than keyword research, why would we use some of these SEO tools? So we have tools available to us, Majestic, Ahrefs, again, Moz. Let's take a look at Google Search Console. And I want to hone in on Google Search Console because it is free and it's a must. If you're going to work on SEO, you need to be working in Google Search Console. And so the whole key behind Google Search Console is you have a website and you need to get that site verified. Once it's verified, once Google can recognize that you are associated with this website, then you're going to be able to see some important information. So here I'm looking at a website, and what am I looking at? I'm looking at something called coverage under index. So what does coverage mean? Well, going back to what we just said, we want to be able to understand how Google's crawling and indexing our pages. And so what Google does is through this platform, Search Console, is they're letting us know once they go to our website and start crawling it, and they pull these pages back to their server, they're letting us know if we actually have any issues. So here I could see I have some issues with 112 pages. And some of those issues are listed down here. So there could be a crawl issue, a 404, redirect. Okay, so you could see there's some 5 unique issues across 112 pages. So here I could see submitted URL marked no index. There's 100 of those pages. We have some redirect errors. There's 7 pages that fall victim to this error. And so we can really hone in on what the error is and address the error. Okay, so if Google's telling us, hey, this is an issue, and you want that page indexed by Google, then we should probably address the error. And so that's the great thing here about going into Google Search Console is you can, under index, go to coverage and get a sense of what Google's indexing and what they're not indexing. Okay, so these are the errors. I could see they've certainly were able to crawl and index 9,115 pages. They were able to crawl, okay, and they excluded 54,000 plus pages. And then we also have some pages with some warnings. So this is kind of an overview of what Google sees when they crawl our site. So when they say crawl, they're coming to our site, they're following links on the site, and every link they follow, they're either going to index that page or they're going to report to you an error or an issue that they found. If we want these pages indexed, we need to address the issues, the errors. And so that's the beauty of this report here, is Google is telling us firsthand what the issues are. So we also want to take a look at the sitemap. So you have an opportunity to submit a sitemap. And a sitemap is just a formatted file that includes all your website URLs. And so you're going to have this file sitting in your root directory. And you're probably going to call it, or should call it, sitemap.xml, XML being the format. So once you have this file, you're just going to let Google know that that file exists. So you're going to enter in the sitemap URL. So if it's in the root directory, all you're going to do is type in sitemap.xml and click submit. So once you've done it, just like this site is done, what Google's going to do is say, hey, look, we see you've submitted this, and we last read it a couple days ago, and we could see that we discovered 1,419 URLs. So I can go back under coverage, and I can see some of the issues that they found. But if I go back under sitemaps, I can see that these are the URLs they discovered via the sitemap. And so the whole point of a sitemap is we want to be able to get and push the URLs to Google, not have Google come to our site and discover them. So this is a quicker, faster, more efficient way to communicate with Google all the URLs that you have on your site that you want Google to index. And so that's the beauty of Search Console. Now, while we're in Search Console, we might as well take a look at some of the other features it has. And so one of the most important features under Search Console is this mobile usability report. Okay, so Google is a staunch believer in mobile first. So nowadays, most people start and finish a lot of their searches, a lot of their behavior on mobile. So they begin it on mobile and they may end it on mobile. So if they don't end it on mobile, then, perhaps they'll go into a store, or perhaps they'll go via desktop. But Google is a staunch believer in definitely a lot of what's going on today starts with mobile. So they want you to understand how your site fares via mobile. And when I say fares via mobile, is it mobile friendly? Is it responsive? Is it loading quick enough? Is it formatted to Google standards? And so if there are any issues, Google's going to let you know what those issues are. So here I could see Google's recognized 206 pages for 4 different issues. Okay, so here I can see what those issues are. Just like the coverage issues, we can see specifically what they are. And so here I could see for 206 pages, text too small to read, click elements too close together, the viewport not set to device width, and then content wider than the screen. So there's 10 pages that fit under this error. And if I actually click on it, the error, I can see what those 10 pages are. And so when we're done, we can actually, when we address the issues, we can actually have Google validate whether the fix has been made. So you can definitely use this as a means of communicating directly with Google, telling Google, look, see what the issues are, fix them, and then we'll validate them. Okay, so this is important because if you can communicate with Google and let them know, hey, we do recognize the errors, we are fixing the errors, please validate them, it's going to draw Google's attention. Google's going to validate them and get these pages indexed quicker. So if you ignore the issues and the errors, especially for mobile, then you stand the chance of your pages not getting indexed. So the mobile usability report to me is an important report because we want to better understand whether Google's picking up issues on mobile. And if they are, we want to address them, get Google to validate them so Google can index them quicker. Now, there's another report that is of interest to you, or may be of interest to you in Google Search Console, and that's the links report. So the links report in Google Search Console tells us what pages have the most links. Okay, so here we can see the home page has 26,000 plus links. If we hone in on interior pages, we can see the links to those pages. Okay, so we can get a sense of what are the top link pages from external links, meaning links on other websites pointing to these pages. I can also see internal links. So Google is recognizing links from within my website from one page to another. So external links, internal links, both factors for SEO when ranking. So then I could see top linking sites, what sites are linking to my site. And then I could see top linking text. So Google Search Console has given me kind of an overview of what my linking structure looks like. Okay, so Externally, I want links from other websites pointing to various pages on my site. And I certainly want my pages linking to one another on my site. And so I'll be able to better understand what that structure looks like using Google Search Console's links report. Okay, there's one more report that I think is of interest in Google Search Console, and that's the performance report. So the performance report is a report that actually you can link up with Google Analytics. So you can see the same report in Analytics if you're able to link up Google Search Console with Analytics. And you should be able to do that. All you need to do is make sure you use the same email address that you use for Analytics and Search Console. So it needs to be the same email address. You could certainly link up the two and have this data imported into Google Analytics. So what is this data that we're talking about? Well, it's called performance. So what we can actually see is the queries, the actual queries people are typing in to Google. So when they're typing them into Google, we can actually see how many impressions the keyword queries received and how many clicks the keyword queries received. And then I can see click-through rate and average position. Okay, so here I can see for this particular keyword on the first line, I could see over the course of the last 3 months, it received 209,297 impressions. So what does that mean? That means this keyword was used at least or typed in as a query at least that many times. And that's how many times my listing appeared in the Google search results pages based on this particular query. And so as a result of somebody typing in this query 209,000 plus times, this site received 120,000 plus clicks. So to get a sense of the click-through rate, all you would need to do, and Google can obviously do this for you, is you would simply just divide the 209,297 into the 120,397. Okay, so that's really going to give you, your click-through rate, and the click-through rate in this case is 57%. So over half of the clicks occur when this listing appears for this keyword. Okay, so we can get a sense of the click-through rate for each one. Okay, and you could simply just use the filtering here. Now, we can also see average position. Okay, so we could see a little bit more than that too. We can go from queries to pages. We can go from pages to countries. So we can get a sense of how many impressions and clicks I'm receiving by country. And importantly, we can see by device. So here I can see a majority of the people who conduct a search related to my website primarily do it on desktop. Now, I mentioned the beauty of the Google Search Console Performance Report is that you can link it up to Google Analytics. And when you do that, all you need to do then is go to Acquisition, Google Search Console, and then from there you could choose landing pages, countries, devices, or queries. So I can see the same data that I see in Search Console, but this time I'm looking at it in Google Analytics. And so here I can see what my search queries are, my clicks, my impressions, my click-through rate by search query, and then the average position. So that's the great thing about that performance report, is that when I link up Google Search Console with Analytics, I'm able to see that data in Analytics. So that's an added bonus, so to speak. Now, let's talk about some other reasons why we're going to use these SEO tools available to us. And so we already listed a number of different reasons, ranging from sitemaps to keyword research. But we also want to hone in on, what domains are driving links to our site. So I showed you an example in Search Console. We also want to, maybe identify and disavow poor backlinks. So Search Console is a great tool for that, because if we don't want to be associated with a particular website, we can certainly disavow that link. We could track a number of follow and no follow links. Okay, we could track our website's rankings. We can measure click-through rates and impressions, just as we did with Search Console. We could track keyword ranking for desktop, mobile, cross locations, just as we just did with the Search Console Performance Report. We can identify top performing, gaining, and losing keywords. Again, the performance report. So We could certainly look at the Google Search Console report, but if you have a platform like Moz, you can certainly also look at a lot of that data available. So for example, rankings. So if you have a Moz account, we can certainly go into rankings, okay, and we can see for the keywords that we've chosen that we want to optimize for, we could certainly see where they rank. The great thing about Moz is it's a great tool, not only for rankings and on-page optimization, but for off-page optimization as well. So if I go ahead and take a look at a domain, for example, I'm just going to type in this domain. I'm going to be able to get what they call a domain authority. So a score out of 1 in 100, I'm able to see how authoritative my domain is. And how authoritative a domain is based on the quality of links pointing to it. So Moz gives me some good insights as to how many linking domains, how many inbound links I have, ranking keywords, and it goes into detail as well. So here, if I click on the linking domains, I'm going to be actually able to see the actual domains pointing to my site as an external link. And not only can I see the domains, I can actually see the domain authority of those domains. So if there's a domain, for example, that doesn't have a good domain authority and the site appears a bit scammy per se, then we can disavow that. So I can certainly look at all the domains that are linking to me, and then I can highlight the ones that have poor domain authority. What Moz even takes it a step further. They also give me a spam score. So Moz is able to measure how spammy a website is. So if I have a combination of, say, a low domain authority and a high spam score, then I probably want to disavow myself from that site. And so I can use this report here. You can see here, like this particular site, because it has so many links pointing to me, or it has at least one link pointing to me, that I probably want to disavow myself because it's probably hurting my own domain authority. So that's the great thing about this linking domains report, is I'm able to hone in on not only who's linking to me, meaning domain, but how many linking domains does that domain have? What's the spam score of that domain? What's the domain authority of that domain? And then I could get into a little bit more detail and actually see, all the links pointing to that domain. So it really goes into detail about backlinks, domain authority, spam, etc. Everything you need to use in order to measure off-page SEO. So that's the great thing about Moz, is they have not only on-page SEO tools, but off-page SEO tools. And Moz is a freemium, so to speak. So here you can see, if you just go to moz.com/free-SEO-tools, you'll be able to use some of these tools available to you, not just for SEO, but also for local SEO as well. So here, you like some of these tools, you can start your free 30-day trial. So I use and lean on Moz a lot for all that it has to offer, from choosing keywords, to rankings report, to checking issues on my website, to even checking who's linking to me. So this fits in the mold with everything I do for SEO. So in addition to that keyword research video, you could certainly lean on some other webinars that we've done in the past on SEO. So we've done a webinar on SEO tools, and we've also done a webinar on SEO tips and tricks. So if you want any more information about the tools we covered, or SEO in general, take a look at those two videos and check them out. And that should kind of complement what we talked about with using some of the tools, Google's Keyword Planner, Moz, and Google Search Console. Okay, let's switch over to email marketing tools. And so with email marketing tools, we have a lot available to us in the form of reporting, in the form of platforms, in the form of tools that really help us go from A to Z on our email, choosing what email to send out, to creating a list, to measuring how the email campaign went. And so we could start with MailChimp, because MailChimp's a freemium version. When we say freemium, meaning they have a free trial available, then you're expected to upgrade. But MailChimp to me is a tool I use. I like the interface, very easy for beginners. So we're going to take a look at MailChimp, but there are certainly many others available. Marketo is a good tool. Marketo is a good tool because if you have a business and you're trying to funnel people through your pipeline, so to speak, meaning they sign up as a lead and you want to nurture that lead from the beginning to the end, meaning at the end they're actually going to turn around and purchase. Well, Marketo is a good tool for you to use because you can then set up drip campaigns, or also known as email campaigns, so that you're talking and communicating with that particular prospect through every point in the funnel. So that's the great thing about Marketo. It has drip campaigns available along with some other features. There's HubSpot, is a very powerful tool. It does a lot, from creating landing pages to A/B testing to social to email. So this is another freemium tool that you could use. You have another freemium and Sendinblue email platform, and then you also have ConvertKit, another email platform. There's more dimension that we can't even fit on this screen. Now, if you have a favorite email marketing tool that you use, Constant Contact, Vertical Response, there are plenty out there. Emma, feel free to note that in the comment section below this video. I'm curious as to how many people actually use different tools, because there are literally so many email marketing tools out there. Why? Because email marketing has been around probably the longest amongst all the other digital marketing channels. And a lot of people use email on a daily basis. So it's no wonder why there's just so many tools available. And so with these tools, you could certainly send bulk emails. Now, in the case of Marketo, you could send emails to a segmented audience. And so that's actually what you want to do as a strategy, is always send emails to a segmented audience. You want to use a tool where you're going to be able to create campaigns, then send those campaigns to, again, segmented contacts, and then be able to design your email around that particular audience. So you have a good tool when you can do that, when you can really segment for your audience. Okay, you want to be able to use a tool that's going to be able to segment your users. Use transactional emails, meaning, hey, look, if somebody went ahead and purchased, can you follow up with an email? And creating workflows, just like I mentioned with Marketo, you want a workflow set up where, A, if you're sending email, B, etc. So you want an email marketing tool that's flexible enough to handle what your business strategy and goals are. Okay, so you want to be able to also use a tool that has various email templates available. Okay, you don't want to be stuck with just a vanilla template. Again, you want to be able to customize an email for your audience. You want to be able to manage your list appropriately, meaning if you have 10,000 users or emails in a list, you want to be able to manage them accordingly. Break them up or have sub-lists, so to speak. And then most importantly, you want to make sure you have a platform that not only does its tracking on its own, but will give you some detailed insights, meaning, what percentage of users opened your email, what percentage of recipients clicked on your email, what links did they click on, which emails bounce. So you want some detailed insights right in the platform that you're using. It just makes it more simpler and easier and more effective to manage. You certainly want to create those smart automated campaigns, meaning you don't even have to send out the email. And then you want to be able to have some flexibility to set up email delivery based on a specific time of day. So these tools also allow you to segment contacts based on geolocation. You want to be able to use a tool that allows for multivariate testing. Again, you want to analyze performance and optimize campaigns. You want to trigger automatic responses. Somebody purchases something, are you using a tool that will automatically send that email out? So these are all the reasons why you would use an email marketing tool. So let's dive in and take a look at an example, and we're going to use MailChimp as our example today. So let's dive in and take a look at MailChimp. So with MailChimp, once you log in, you're going to be able to see some historical campaigns that you've sent out, or you're going to be able to create your own campaign. And so this is kind of under campaigns, you can kind of see an overview of the ones you've sent out, or if they're in draft mode, you'll be able to see they're in draft mode, so you can go ahead and edit them. So here we have one that was set up on August 26th, and it's still in draft mode, so we can go ahead and edit that. So if we just click edit, we have the flexibility to pick and choose who we're sending this to, who it's from, what the subject line is, and then we can certainly design the email. So if we click design email, again, this is important because with email marketing, you want to be able to cater your email to your intended audience. So if you're selling men's shoes, your audience should be men, okay? So you don't want men to receive an email about women's shoes. It sounds like it's common sense, but the point being, you want to be able to use an email platform that's going to be able to allow you to put two and two together, the message and the design with the intended audience. And so here you can see MailChimp allows us to do that. Okay, you can see some of the layouts here. Okay, you also have themes that you could choose from. Okay, you could search for different themes, or you can even just code your own. So you can just paste your code in, or you can import it. So MailChimp allows that flexibility. You're not stuck with one of their templates. And so if we go back to the dashboard, the one thing I like about MailChimp though is the reporting. Okay, so yes, it is easy to choose a template and map that template to your audience, but I really like the reports that they have to offer. So, here you can see there's some lists that we've sent to, and if we choose one of our audience lists, then we can see some really detailed reporting here. And so here I could see this email that was sent out in June. I could see it was sent to 95,000 plus subscribers. Okay, of the subscribers, I saw 2,000 plus open it and 157 clicks. So I can view this report in more detail just by clicking on View Report. So again, we want an email platform that's going to be able to give us some detailed information about how that email campaign performed. And so I can get down really to the nitty gritty. I can actually see, on the content, what was clicked and what wasn't clicked. So here I sent two different subject lines, so I'm able to compare the two against one another. Okay, so I can really go into detail about one of them here. So if I click View Report, I can specifically see what the average for this list is. So here I'm able to compare against the list average, and it's 16%. I only had an open rate of 2.5%. So the industry average is 18%. And so here I'm able to see the list average for the click rate and the industry average for the click rate as well. So then I can see some specifics about it, how many people unsubscribed. Then I can see a graph. I could see the top links that were clicked, okay, the top subscribers with the most opens. I can link social to it if I want to, and then I can see geographic information. So the point being is MailChimp really goes into some nice detail here about the email campaigns and how they performed. So the great thing is too, with the MailChimp, you can link it with Google Analytics. You can link it with e-commerce. Okay, so if you have an email and you're selling products and somebody purchased that product, MailChimp is able to integrate in with your shopping commerce platform. For example, WooCommerce. So if somebody did purchase, you can send out that thank you email. MailChimp even goes a step further, and if somebody did click on a link, go to your shopping cart, add something to the shopping cart, and then abandon the cart, MailChimp allows you the opportunity to retarget them via email. So MailChimp is flexible, and that's what you want in an email marketing platform. You want something that's flexible, that you can cater to your audience, you can manage your audience list, and you can get detailed reporting on your different campaigns for that audience. So that's MailChimp in summary. And so most email platforms do a lot of the similar features or have some of the similar features, but that's what you ideally want to look for in an email marketing platform. So here's a tool that doesn't get talked about enough when it comes to email marketing, and that's Google's URL builder. And the reason why we're going to talk about this tool today is because most people in the US use Google Analytics as their web analytics tool. And the one thing about Google Analytics is it allows you to track different campaigns. So if you're doing pay-per-click campaigns outside of Google, you can certainly track the performance right in Google Analytics. And email is no different. So if you're using Google Analytics and you're sending out an email, let's just say on MailChimp or any other email marketing platform, you want to be able to append your links with what we call UTM tracking. So for example, if I have a URL that says Visit Florida and I'm going to send out an email, I have up to 5 parameters that I can use. Okay, so here's my email or URL that I'm using in the email. So I have up to 5 parameters that I can use to track this particular email. So let's go through some of those parameters. So the first one is campaign source. So what's the source of the campaign? Well, we could certainly identify MailChimp if we're using MailChimp as the source. Now the thing about the URL builders, you always want to use lowercase because Google Analytics is case sensitive. So as a rule of thumb, just stick with a lowercase. So our source is going to be MailChimp because that's the platform we're using. If you're using, Constant Contact or Vertical Response or, some of these other ones, ConvertKit, then go ahead and put in that platform as the source. Now for the medium, which is the means in which we're driving traffic to the site, let's go ahead and put in email because that's what we're using to drive traffic to this particular page. Now, what's the campaign name? Well, we're in summer, so we're going to call this the summer promo. So the summer promo here is Visit Florida Beaches. Okay, so we're going to send this email out to the masses, and particularly not only the masses, but the masses in the north, because we're going to say, hey, look, come to Florida for the summer. Come visit our beaches. That's the point of the campaign. So that's what we're going to use for the campaign name is whatever the campaign is. It's a summer promo. Now, notice I got an asterisk next to these particular parameters. So Google's asking us, hey, these are mandatory. So go ahead and put something in there. Now for campaign term and campaign content, we could certainly leave them blank because they're not mandatory. But since we're talking about email, I would certainly recommend that you use the campaign content parameter. And why do I say that? Because if we're sending an email out to say 10,000 recipients, I want to be able to split out the email into 2 segments. One segment that's going to get subject line 1 and one segment that's going to get subject line 2. So in this case, I'm going to put whatever subject line 1 is in the campaign content field. So now I have 4 parameters, and once I've entered in my variables in those parameter fields, I now have a revised or appended URL. So my original URL was visitflorida.com/en-us/florida-beaches.html. My original URL. I've now appended that with some UTM parameters. And now I see my original URL appended with the UTM parameters based on those variables. So I can copy it just by clicking the copy URL. I can go to my browser. I can paste that URL in there. And I want to check to see if it works. So here I could see this particular page loaded, Florida beaches with my UTM parameters appended to the URL. So that's for the first subject line. That's for the audience that's going to get the first subject line. I want to do another one for the second subject line. So now I'm going to change my campaign content parameter to subject line _2. I'm going to copy that URL. I'm going to check it. Okay, so I can see that the page loads with those UTM parameters. And so now what am I going to do? I'm going to use the first URL and the second URL in my email. Okay, so any link that I have, in this case, I'm using subject line 2. So for the email with the second subject line going to that segmented audience, this is the link I'm going to use in the email. So if you have 1 or 2 or 3 links in the email, this is the URL you're going to use. Because when somebody clicks on that link, you're going to be able to see that click in Google Analytics. So if I jump over to Google Analytics after I sent out my email, I'm going to go to acquisition. I'm going to go to campaigns. I'm going to go to all campaigns. Now, based on the variables I put into my parameters, meaning source, medium, campaign name, content, or term, that's what I'm going to look for in Google Analytics. So we could start with source and medium. So if I click on source and medium as my primary dimension, here I can see MailChimp, and the actual dates was used as part of the variable for source. And then what can I see? The medium being email. So now I can see for this email that was sent out in MailChimp in May, I could see how many users, how many sessions, and more importantly, how many conversions. So we could certainly hone in on that particular email if we wanted to. If we choose some of the other parameters available to us. So here I could see the campaign name. Okay, so I could see exactly what campaign, what source, what email drove in traffic and conversions. And if I'm doing subject line testing, I can choose content as my parameter. So here I'm going to change it to content. And now I can see the subject lines. In this case, if I go back to my source medium, I'm going to be able to see what subject lines from my emails generated the most traffic. And not only the most traffic, but also conversions. So that's the whole point behind using the URL builder. Again, you're taking a URL that you're going to use in email, and then you're going to append that URL with different parameters. Campaign source, campaign medium, campaign name, and then optionally campaign content or campaign term. Okay, once you've entered variables into those parameters, you're going to get an appended URL, which you can then use in your email. So when the email gets sent, you're going to go back over to Google Analytics and you're going to look at the results of that campaign, of that source, of that medium, of that content, i.e. subject line. And so that's why the URL builder is so important, because MailChimp gives us some good insight as to how the email performed in terms of open and click rates. But what we really want to see is how that campaign performed once it drove traffic to my website. So that's the whole idea behind the URL builder. If you're using Google Analytics, you'll be able to use the URL builder with whatever email platform you're using. So let's move on to web analytics tools. And this is an important section because web analytics tools, kind of the central focal point of all digital marketing. And it starts really with Google Analytics. Google Analytics is a freemium, meaning that they have a free version that you can use. There is also a paid version of Google Analytics. But given the advent of Google, its popularity, especially in the United States, a majority of users are using the free version of Google Analytics. So it's a very popular tool, especially for marketers. But there are also other tools available. So it's not just Google. So we have Adobe Analytics, which is also freemium. You have Kissmetrics. You have Spring Metrics. You have YouTube Analytics, which is part of Google, but YouTube has its own separate analytics insights. So a lot of these, as you can see, are free to use. They're available. No reason why you should not be using an analytics tool to measure your marketing campaigns or website behavior. And why would we want to use these tools again? Well, again, we want to really measure behavior. We want to measure what's going on with our website. So we want to be able to identify the location of where our website visitors are coming from. And a lot of these analytics tools use IP address to identify the location of a website visitor. So if you're trying to target a specific country, then you want to be able to see that the visitors to your website are coming from that specific country or location. We also want to measure the engagement of our website behavior. So we get traffic to the website. What are they doing? How long are they staying? What pages are they visiting? So this is the overall nature of really why we want to use web analytics, to measure how successful our website is at treating our website visitors with the same courtesy you would if you had a brick and mortar store. Somebody comes into your store, you want them to find what they're looking for quickly. You want them to be happy with their experience. You certainly want them to pay for the products very quickly and easily and efficiently, and you want them to come back. And that's no different than a website. So we want our website to perform in a manner that's going to suit our audience. And that's why we want to track engagement. So why else? Well, we want to really look at who's coming. Are they returning visitors or new visitors? You know, ideally, you want a nice mix between 50% new and 50% returning, because you know returning visitors are loyal. There's some loyalty to that. They already know your brand. They're coming back to your website. New visitors are curious, and you want new visitors because that means more traffic. So you want a nice balance between that. Analytics tools will help you measure that. You want to be able to measure organic traffic. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, but Google and other search engines are indexing your pages, and your pages are being found via the search engines. And so you want to be able to measure how much traffic you're actually generating from those search engines. We talked about this with email marketing, UTM tracking. So if you set up email campaigns or non-Google campaigns, you want to use UTM tracking. And Google Analytics and other analytics tools, but specifically Google Analytics, will help you see the results of your campaigns if they're tracked with UTM tracking. So that's another good reason why to use a web analytics tool. Probably most importantly amongst all these bullet points is our goals, our website conversions. We want to be able to see how much traffic is coming to our website, and not only the engagement of that traffic, but how much of that traffic is actually doing what we want them to do, i.e. are they converting? And we want to optimize our sites and channels performance. So the whole idea of collecting all this information is that you can turn around and improve performance. So if your bounce rate is high, well, how do you lower bounce rate? Well, we need to do something about that. And analytics tools will help us identify what's not working from our site perspective and from a channel perspective, and we can take action to improve performance. So that's the whole idea behind optimizing our site's performance. So let's jump into Google Analytics and let's take a look at everything we just talked about in those bullet points. So about improving website performance, measuring engagement, looking at our goals and conversions, measuring campaigns with UTM tracking, all those good things that we can get in a good analytics tool. So Adobe, Mixpanel, Spring Metrics, they all work in a similar fashion in that they're really measuring website behavior. And so if we're in Google Analytics, really what we're doing is we're measuring the performance of our website broken down into 4 components: audience, acquisition, behavior, and conversions. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to look into each one of these sections. So let's start with audience. And so audience in Google Analytics tells us who is coming to our website. Now, they're not going to specifically tell us, hey, Rob Sanders came to your website, but they are going to say that somebody from San Francisco, California came to the website. And these are the pages they looked at. And this is the language. And they came from this device. And they're a returning user. So they're painting a picture for you. Okay, so they're not giving you a list of names. That would not be legal, but they are providing you with a good picture of who is coming. And when I say picture, we have to paint that picture. And so if we look at, say, demographics, for example, and I go to demographics overview, here's a picture I'm painting. Well, I can see that 25 to 34-year-olds are the majority of the age group that is coming to my website. Okay, I can see on the gender side of it, I can see that 63% of my traffic, and again, this is year to date that I'm looking at, is coming to my website. So 2/3 of my traffic is female, 1/3 male, and they're between the ages of 25 and 34. So I'm painting a picture about, gender and age coming to my website. Well, I can also look at geo, so where specifically might these people be coming from? So if I go to location under geo, I'm going to be able to see a breakdown of country, or I can even hone it down to city or specific location. And here I can see United States is the primary driver, but not by much. So we have 16, almost 17% from the US, and then 16% from Argentina, 13% from Mexico, 10% from India. So we have a nice mix of traffic from different locations in the world coming to our website. So that's geo, but more importantly, let's take a look at mobile. So if we go to mobile overview, how are people coming to our website? Are they on a desktop or laptop? Are they using their mobile device? Are they using a tablet? And so Google Analytics breaks it down very nice for you. And so we could see percentages and actual numbers by device category. And so in this case, I can see year to date, I can see 62% are coming from desktop, 35% are coming from mobile. And so that's important because most people start their journey from mobile, and that is growing, and that's going to continue to grow. So you want to keep an eye on mobile. So to me, this is one of the more important reports under audience, because people who come from mobile have a different, not only experience, because the website should be responsive to the mobile device, but their mindset is going to be different. They're actively looking for something. They're probably going to either then follow up on their desktop or follow up in person at your store. Or they're probably looking for directions, or they may just call you. So the experience is a lot different on mobile. So we want to hone in on the growth of mobile. Okay, so to me, this is one of the more important reports in Google Analytics, especially under audience. So let's move on to acquisition. So acquisition reporting tells us how the traffic was driven to the website. So if audience tells us who is coming to the website, acquisition tells us how that traffic got to the website. And so really what you want to do is get a sense of what channels, what marketing channels are driving traffic. So remember we talked about organic search. Well, those search engines are indexing your pages. Well, how much of that traffic from the search engines is actually coming to your site? And I'm a believer in, if organic search is the primary driver of traffic, then you have a pretty healthy website, because that means the search engines are indexing your pages. People are searching for something related to your business. You're being found, you're getting clicked, and that represents a majority of the traffic. So that's always a good thing. So here we can see it broken down by channel. If I go to all traffic channels report, I can see in my dimension that organic search represents 72% of my traffic, and this is year to date. Then I can see paid search, then I can see direct, which means somebody went directly to the site. I could see referral, email, social, then I could see more paid search broken out. So these are the different marketing channels. Now, analytics allows you to look at a specific source and medium. So the source would be the actual website or search engine, and the medium would differentiate how that traffic actually got to the site. So if we're talking about a search engine, did they come to the site via paid search, or did they come to the site via organic search? And so all we need to do is change our primary dimension from default channel grouping to source and medium, and we can see specifically the breakout of the different sources and mediums driving traffic to the site. So here I can see Google Organic at 71%, and then Google CPC or cost per click at 16% of our traffic. So then I can look down, I could see email in here, Bing Organic, I could see some referring sites, I could see some social in terms of mobile Facebook. Okay, so we could see a mix of the different sources and mediums driving traffic to the site. Okay, so you don't always have to look at channel per se, you can look at it via source and medium. And if you're running Google Ads, under acquisition, analytics has a whole section of Google Ads reporting. So if you're running campaigns on Google Ads, remember we looked at the keyword planner in Google Ads. So if you're running campaigns on Google Ads, you can certainly see the performance of those campaigns just by clicking on campaigns. We can also see campaigns, other campaigns that we're running. So remember that UTM tracking that we set up for email. Well, we want to be able to track the performance of email and any other non-Google campaign with UTM tracking. So when we do that, we'll be able to go to campaigns, all campaigns, and we'll be able to see the campaign performance. If we look at source and medium, we'll be able to see what campaigns drove traffic to the website. So here I can see vertical response email as a driver of traffic. So that's the campaign reporting. And then also if you have Search Console. So we looked at Search Console earlier when we talked about SEO tools. Well, remember I said you can link up Search Console with Google Analytics. Well, here's Search Console, and we could see queries, devices, landing pages, countries. So all the performance metrics that we could see in Search Console, because we have it linked up with Analytics, we could see it right here. So this gives us a nice snapshot of what keywords are driving traffic to the site organically. I could see the impressions, I could see the clicks, then I could see the click-through rate, and then the average position. So in theory, the higher something ranks, the more traffic you're going to get. So that's the idea behind it. We want to make sure that we're ranking for our coveted keywords. And if we are, we want to be able to measure how many times our listing was seen and how many times it was clicked. So that's the great thing about, Google. They have a family of products, and those products tend to talk to one another. In the form of Google Search Console and Google Ads, you can connect them directly to Google Analytics. So let's move from acquisition to behavior. So here in behavior, we have a number of different reports. So behavior tells us, once the traffic actually arrived at the website, how are they behaving? And so really what I would do is from there go to site content, all pages. And so this gives us an idea of how many pages were actually viewed. So site content, all pages tells us what page and how many times it was viewed during a period of time. And again, we're looking at year to date. So I can see engagement related metrics associated with a page. So this particular page here on line 1, I could see how many page views, unique page views, which is equal to sessions. So I can have a session come to the website and look at a page multiple times in that session. I could see the average time the person has spent on a page, and I can also see the bounce rate. So a bounce rate indicates that they arrived on the page and didn't go any further. They left the website from that page that they arrived on. And so I can also see percentage of exits, meaning what page did people exit the site from. So these are all engagement related metrics. So here is where I want to react and optimize my website performance. So if I see a page not performing well, meaning it has a high bounce rate or maybe low time on page, then I'm probably going to optimize it, meaning test it or change it to improve performance. So these are all pages, but I could certainly look at landing pages. Okay, so landing pages tells us the behavior of the page when somebody landed on it. So a landing page means that somebody came from organic search or paid search or another channel, landed on this page. So here I could see this particular page on line 1 had 4,970 sessions. Okay, and I can also see the performance of that page. So measuring engagements against pages is definitely important, because page isn't performing in terms of bounce rate or time on page, then we want to be able to make changes to that page to improve performance. Okay, there are some other great reports under behavior. So we want to go to site speed. We want to look at how fast or how slow our pages load. So this is important from an SEO perspective, because if a page isn't loading very fast, then chances of it getting ranked in Google are not very good. So Google's organic search basically takes page load time seriously. So if a page doesn't load very fast, then we need to be able to fix it. So we can go to page timings. I can get a good sense of the average page load time of a particular page. And what Google does here is under speed suggestions, they actually will give me some ideas and speed suggestions on how to address a page that's loading very slow. And so when we load up the speed suggestions report, what Google does is say, hey, we know that this page is loading very slow. The average page load time is 15 seconds. Here's some suggestions. We're going to give you 7 suggestions. So if you click on that, what's actually going to happen is you're going to go to another tool called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is analyzing the page, as you can see here. And when it's done analyzing the page, it's going to give you some feedback on how to improve page load performance, not only for desktop, but for mobile. So here I can see, if I scroll down, this is desktop, and these are some of the opportunities that I can address when trying to improve the page load time of that particular page. So here I could see there's some server response time issues. Image sizes probably need to be resized. I can remove unused CSS. Okay, so there are a lot of different things I can do to improve the page load time on this particular page. Okay, this is for desktop. I can also see mobile. So mobile, a lot of the same issues. So if we address these opportunities, then we could see a lift in page load time. We see a lift in page load time. We're going to probably see a lift in organic rankings or even user engagement. Because if a page takes a long time to load, a user's probably not going to stay on that page very long. So to me, site speed is an important report under behavior. Now, one more report here that I want to point out under behavior is events. And to me, events are important. So if you're trying to measure engagement on your website, you need to make sure you have event tracking set up. And when we talk about event tracking, we're talking about measuring things that analytics doesn't measure by default. So if you have a button on your website, if you have a PDF download, if you have a submit button on a form submission, if you have a subscribe button, if you have a video, if you have an external link, anything that is going to trigger engagement on your website, you need to measure with event tracking. And event tracking is simply set up by breaking out the event into a category, an action, and a label. And so here we could see for our particular website, we have categories already set up for event tracking. So here, for example, I can see on line 6, video. I can see how many people actually watched our video. Okay, so here's the action, video start. Okay, so over this period of time, I could see I had 49 unique events, 50 total. So that's how many people actually watched the video. And you can always revert to label, and that'll tell you what page people watched, in this case, the video. So event tracking is important because we want to be able to measure engagement. So if you go to events under behavior and you don't see any events listed, you probably need to get that set up, and that is set up through Google Tag Manager. So what you want to do is you want to be able to set up your events through Google Tag Manager, which is another Google platform, but you certainly want to do that. So that's where you set up your events. When you set up your events for your website with a category, an action, and label, you'll be able to measure those events in analytics under behavior, under events. And the important thing here is you'll be able to measure engagement. So I'll be able to see how many people came to the site and how many people clicked on a button, downloaded a PDF, submitted a form, played a video, did whatever we wanted them to do. So events are important. So let's move from behavior to conversions. And this is important because we want to be able to measure conversions on a website. So analytics has 4 types of conversions. So if I go to admin down at the bottom, and then I go to goals, I could see that I have 4 different types of goals that I can use. Now, right now, I have event-related goals set up for the website, for this particular website. So we just talked about event tracking. So if you're measuring a button click on your website, you can certainly turn that into a goal. And so all you need to do is tell analytics, hey, this is the particular category, this is the particular action. So for example, if I click on this particular goal and take a look at it, I can see that we have a category set up that anything that resembles donate now, okay, or donate, go ahead and fire this event as a conversion. Okay, so event is one type of goal. Another type of goal is destination. So if somebody goes to a specific page, like a confirmation page, we can turn that into a goal. So here I could see if somebody goes to donation-confirmation, then analytics is going to fire that goal as a conversion. And we're going to see a conversion against a different metric or different dimension like channel or audience. Okay, so destination is the second type of goal. The third type of goal is duration. So how long did somebody stay on my website? So in this example, if they stayed at least 1 minute and 30 seconds or more, then analytics is going to count that as a goal conversion. Okay, so duration is the third type, and then the fourth type is pages per session. Okay, so if I look at this example here, if a user came to my website and looked at more than 3 pages in that particular session, then analytics is going to fire a goal conversion. So 4 types of goals. You don't have to set up all 4 different types. My recommendation is at least have one goal set up. If you're not sure what goal to set up, then at least set up a duration or pages per session. Okay, so at least you can measure how long somebody stays on your website or how many pages they went to. Okay, so when you actually do have these goals set up, you can go back into conversions, we can go back into goals, we can go back into overview, and we can measure our goal completions over this period of time. So here I could see 313 goal completions total with a goal conversion rate of 1.88%. And then I could see it broken down by goal type. So remember, the only goals I have available and set up are event-related goals. So 69 newsletter signups, 156 donate click buttons. I have 32 contact form submissions, 37 email click completions, and then 11 phone number click completions. So I can measure engagement as a goal. And so goals generally are important to the business. So you want to make sure that if you have a goal for your website, then you want to be able to set that up as a goal in Google Analytics. So that way, when you're looking at example channels, if I go back to my channels report, I can then measure channel by goal conversion. So these are all goals, but if I want to look at, for example, how many people from organic search clicked on the donate now button, I could see that. I could see year to date 10,887 users, which meant 11,000 sessions. 76 clicked on that donate now button. And that comes out to 0.65% conversion rate. Okay, so that's important. So you want to be able to measure any dimension, whether that be channel, source medium, keyword, campaign, mobile device, could be demographic, gender, or age. You want to be able to measure any dimension against the goals you have set up so you can measure performance. And that also includes pages or landing pages as well. So that's a quick overview of what you can expect to see in Google Analytics. Again, audience, acquisition, behavior, and conversions. So a lot of data in Google Analytics, but you want to be able to take advantage of the data in order to improve website performance. Now let's jump over to YouTube Analytics, because if you have videos on YouTube, if you have a channel set up, some playlists, you'll be able to get some really good insights as to how your video is performing. And so here I could see I'm in YouTube. All I did was I went to my account, then I went to the studio version of YouTube, and then from there I went to analytics. So my account, YouTube Studio, analytics. And analytics here is going to give me all sorts of information about my videos. Okay, so here I could see over the last 28 days, my videos produced over 8,600 views. My watch time in minutes totaled over 17,000. And I've netted 48 subscribers. And this is an overall, Okay, so I can actually see when I publish videos, and I can see the date they were published. And here I'm looking at, total views over this particular date range. I can also see specifics on a particular video. So I could see the top video in terms of minutes. Here I could see this particular video had 602 minutes over the last 28 days. So here I could see views on a particular video. So this is just an overview. I could certainly look at some other information. If I click on reach viewers, I could see the total impressions. So how many times my video was viewed or how many people looked at it. Okay, and then the click-through rate. So here I could see the different traffic sources. So 29% came externally. Okay, here I could see 25% came within YouTube itself. I could see how many times a video was viewed and played via playlist, via suggested videos. So I could see different ways in which the traffic found my video and actually watched it. Here I could see externally how people were able to find my videos. And I could see 46% found it via Google search. I see lots of information here about sources of traffic, how the traffic got to these videos. So I could see then once the traffic found my videos, how many times they actually saw it and viewed it and then watched it. So that's how many times I was able to reach viewers via different sources and then their reaction to that, how many times they saw it and watched it. Here I can click on interest viewers. So again, I could see the top videos in terms of watch time. I could see the top playlist. So here I could see my partners playlist was the top playlist. So I can see some interest here in terms of average view duration. And then here we have build an audience. So we can look at specific audiences if we have them built in YouTube to see how many people actually watch my videos. So here I can see 88% of the people who watched my videos over the last 28 days were not even subscribed. So that tells me a lot of people are finding my videos, spending some time watching them, but they're not subscribed. So we're trying to get them to subscribe to our channel so they can watch more. So a lot of information here in YouTube itself about how our videos performed. Again, this is good insight because ideally what you want to do is you really want to take a look at a specific video, see how it's performing. So if I just click on one particular video, I can actually see the audience retention over the course of the video itself. I could see the ways in which people found the video, okay, again, externally or via YouTube search. I could see how many people liked it or disliked it. I could see all sorts of information on a particular video itself or an overview of my channel. So that's all available to you in YouTube Analytics under YouTube Studio. So take advantage of that. So if you're publishing videos on a regular basis, you want to hone in on how your videos are performing. So if you have any additional questions about YouTube Analytics or YouTube in general, take a look at our video that we created earlier this year about how to create a YouTube channel. We go into some in-depth insights into YouTube itself, especially YouTube Analytics. So take a look at that video. And if you have any other insights about YouTube Analytics or analytics in general, go ahead and put a comment below this video. So let's turn our attention to competitor spying tools. Very important to keep tabs on what the competition's doing, and there are a lot of tools out there. So when it comes to social, we can use a freemium tool like Sprout Social to listen in on our competitors. We can use another freemium tool, Social Blade. There's a popular tool out there called SpyFu. That's freemium as well. Moz, we looked at Moz earlier for keyword and organic. Moz is a great tool for also leveraging our competitors in terms of backlinks. And BuzzSumo, so that's another freemium tool. Again, there are lots of tools out there. These are just examples of some of the tools that we use here at Simplilearn. I use personally and professionally to get a sense of what our competition's doing. So why would we want to use a competitor spying tool? Well, it may sound like a very straightforward question, but there are lots of reasons why. And so let's look at some of these reasons. And the first reasons, we really want to identify, our competitors' backlinks and monitor changes in their ranking. So the reason why we have this as the top bullet point is because SEO, organic search, is a long-term strategy. On page, off page, website, very technical and creative. There's a lot going on with SEO, a lot going on. And sometimes it takes a long time to rank for something. And a lot of SEO does depend on relevancy, relevancy being how many quality backlinks are linked to you. So it's always good to leverage what your competitors are doing so you can see how you stack up. And so that's why this is up there as number one. We want to be able to really take a look at what our competitors are doing. Another example would be, hey, how much traffic a competitor is gaining on certain keywords. This could go either way. For paid search, organic search, what are competitors bidding on? Are they really getting traffic from those keywords? So there are tools out there that help us leverage what our competition's doing. Okay, we can also identify our competitors' top performing content for relevant topics. Okay, we can determine what our competitors' website referral traffic is. Okay, we can pull our competitors' data and compare it with our own campaigns. So lots of tools out there to help you do this. And we may want to track the total amount of clicks a competitor receives and how much they pay for each keyword. So let's go ahead and take a look at a few examples how we can leverage all these bullet points that we just discussed. And so we're going to start out with Sprout Social. And Sprout Social is a tool I use. It's a social media platform. There's a lot of things you can do with Sprout Social. Definitely generate reports for your social media platforms. You could set up posts that get published at a certain time and day. But there's also one particular tool in here called listening. And so what we could do is we just put in, for example, RV rentals in Twitter. So what we're doing is we're actually listening to see who else is tweeting about RV rentals. So we could do this for Twitter, we could do it Facebook, some other social media platforms. The whole idea here on Sprout Social is to get a sense of what our competitors are doing. So we could have easily put in a brand name. We're just going general here because we want to rank for the keyword RV rentals. And so here we could take a look at, what some of these particular brands are doing, like Go RV Rentals, Cruise America RV. We could see, just scroll down, and we can get a sense of, in particular, what people are tweeting about, what other companies are tweeting when it comes to this particular keyword, RV rentals. Now, if I want to hone in on a particular competitor, I could just really refine my search for that competitor's brand name, so RV share. So here I can take a look at, what they're doing when they're posting or tweeting, how long ago, the time of day, get an idea of what they're actually saying, what campaigns they're promoting. Okay, I can get a sense of everything about this tweet. And so here I can scroll down and I can see what's been shared by other people for this particular brand. And I can see a lot of people are, as an example, retweeting this particular giveaway. And so to me, it just gives me a sense in this particular example on Twitter as to what our competitors doing. Okay, let's turn our attention to SEO. So remember that first bullet point, we want to get a sense of what our competitors are doing when it comes to backlinks. And so Moz has a great tool called Link Explorer. And Link Explorer there allows us to actually compare link profiles. So for my domain, I can go ahead and put my competitors' domains in there and definitely get a sense of how many links my competitors have, external, internal. I can get a sense of page authority, linking domains. So I can really do a comparison across my domain and my competitors' domains to get a snapshot of how I compare against my competitors. So this gives me an overview of everything I need to know organically. Now Moz also has another great tool under Link Explorer called Link Intersect. And I like Link Intersect. I use it a lot because if our competitors really have a number of external links and domains pointing to their site, and they have a better domain authority and page authority, then I want to be able to, see what they're doing, where they're linking, who's linking to them. I want to be able to get a snapshot of why is their domain so much better than ours in terms of authority. And so the link intersect actually allows me to do that. So I can go ahead and put my competitors' domains in there, and then I can find opportunities. And so you just click on opportunities and you can see where my site intersects with their site. And if it doesn't actually intersect, then I have an opportunity to actually try and get a link on that particular site. So that's what the link intersect report does. It allows me to see where my links intersect with my competitors. And if it doesn't intersect, then I have an opportunity to generate a backlink. So that's ideally what the link intersect tool is. In Moz, it allows me to really get a sense of where I'm linking and where my competitors are linking. Now, what we can also do is also take advantage of another report under Moz's Link Explorer and the Discovered and Lost report. So we could put in our domain, or we could put even our competitor's domain in there. And we can get a sense of what domains were found and linked to them. So really within Moz, we can get a good snapshot of what websites are linking to our competitors. We get a good snapshot of the overall links to our competitor sites, and specifically what sites. So the whole idea is if it's good for our competitors, meaning they're linking from a site that has a good domain authority and low spam score, then it's probably a site I want to be able to tackle as well. Okay, so you have Discovered and Lost. Okay, you have comparing link profiles, and you have link intersect. So those are three good reports you can leverage right in Moz's Link Explorer tool. Now there's one more report we can leverage in Moz, and that's the inbound links report. And so we can go ahead and type in our competitor's domain here. And again, we can get a snapshot of what their domain authority is, page authority for the home page. But really, this is what we're after, linking domains. So this particular domain has over 9,000 linking domains. So what we can do is actually go through and see, based on domain authority, I could sort by domain authority where these pages are being linked from. And so here I can see Reddit. So a lot of Reddit here, which is a good site for backlinking, New York Times. So, there's a lot of different sites here, Washington Post. So I can get a good snapshot of my competitor by seeing every link that's pointing to them. Now, of course, I don't want to go through 9,000 links. I can really just hone in on a specific link source or link type or link state. So I can really filter it if I wanted to. I can export the report and do some further analysis. But really the whole idea here is I could see what URL is linking to this particular competitor site, what the anchor text is, what the page and domain authority is. So this gives me a really, really good insight on all the backlinking that my competitor has. And again, if I'm trying to catch my competitor, it's probably not a bad idea to look at what they're doing and even copy what they're doing in terms of backlinking. So if we're not on Reddit, then we probably need to be on Reddit, because if that's where our competitor is and they're getting good link juice from Reddit, which has a domain authority of 90, then hey, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander, so they say. So inbound links is just another good report you can leverage in Moz under the Link Explorer reporting tool. Now, if I want to get a good snapshot, well, look no further than SpyFu. So SpyFu is another tool that you can leverage from a PPC SEO perspective. From an SEO perspective, you got some backlinking data as well, just like you did in Moz. From a PPC perspective, you can get some good keyword insights. And so here, I just went ahead and typed in the domain. And what this is going to do is just give me an overall snapshot for my competitor's domain. So here, I could see, how many organic keywords they're found for, the estimated monthly SEO clicks they're getting based on the volume of those keywords. Okay, I could see here the keywords their top competitors also rank for, the rank history, 12 years. So this particular domain's been around a long time. Okay, so that's on the organic side. I can flip over to the paid side, and I could see that they are doing paid search. I could see 5,000 plus keywords they're bidding on. Okay, based on that, what they're actually paying. And then I could see, some of the other competitors listed here from a paid perspective and an organic perspective. I could see the shared keyword overlap. Okay, now again, you can pay for this because it's freemium and get some really good insights as to how your domain compares to your competitors. So I'm using the free version, and here the free version, SpyFu's just giving me some overall data on the specific domain I entered in. And so I entered in my competitors. You can certainly enter in your own domain to get a sense of organic keywords and paid keywords. So you can see top keywords, top paid keywords. Okay, this is Google Ads. Okay, so this is what recommendations as to what to purchase. Okay, here you can see some Google Ads history. I could see exactly what ad copy my competitor actually wrote and for what keyword. And then I can see some organic ranking history here as I keep scrolling down this overview report. So I can see for RV Rent where they rank, and then I can see inbound links just like I did in Moz. SpyFu is providing me with some insight as to, hey, what links are pointing to them and what the domain strength is and how many clicks they expect to receive. So this is all free data. Take it or leave it, but it's all free data available to you under SpyFu. So SpyFu gives you kind of an overview for free, some really in-depth analysis if you actually pay for it, and it just really hones in on what your competitors are bidding for paid-wise and what they're ranking for organic-wise. And so SpyFu is a really good tool to leverage if you just want to get a snapshot of how your competitor overlaps with you. So let's turn our attention to Google Analytics, because in Google Analytics, under Audience, I can go to benchmarking, and basically the benchmarking reports allows me to see what the industry as a whole is doing compared to my own website. Now, the caveat here on this particular report is that it's all anonymous data, so I can't exactly see what competitor is doing what in this report, but if I hone in on my industry, in this case autos and vehicles, and I hone in on a specific country or adjust the size of the daily sessions that I get, then I can see, hey, analytics in this case, in this example, is sharing 8,863 web properties. Okay, so they're sharing the data for over 8,000 web properties, and I can compare those web properties against my own. So if we're all in the same industry, it gives me a sense here as to how I stack up against the industry as a whole, in this case, as it pertains to channels. So you can see here, red not good, green is good. So in the industry, we're not doing as good as others in the same industry who are receiving the same amount of sessions. Now, we could certainly adjust, and we can adjust our locale. And if we do that, Google's going to be able to adjust how many web properties are actually contributing to the report. And so when analytics makes that adjustment, we're going to be able to see, in this case, just New Zealand. So we're going to adjust for New Zealand, and we're going to go with a 4,999. And so we could see there are about 300 something web properties contributing, 47 web properties now contributing to this report. So if we're focused on the New Zealand region, and this is the amount of traffic we get, we're now comparing us against 47 other anonymous web properties. So now if I go back to the report after I've honed in, I'm looking at channels, and I can see how many sessions we're getting by channels and how I compare against the competition. I can also measure up against percentage of new sessions, new users, pages per session, average session duration, bounce rate. But that's just channels. I can also do location and devices. So the whole idea behind this report is, yes, you're not honing in on a particular competitor, but you're honing in on your industry. So you're getting a good idea as to how you compare against your industry just by making some adjustments in the benchmarking report. You obviously want to make sure you're looking at the same industry, adjust for your country or region, adjust for the site size, meaning how many sessions you actually get on a daily basis, and then analytics will do the rest. They'll compare you against those in your industry. And so I find this to be a good tool because it allows me to stack up our site against those in the industry. And obviously, if we're not driving as many sessions, especially say from organic, then we have our work cut out for us. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind the benchmarking report. Now, if you want to get some good insight as to what the competitors are doing and you don't want to use a tool, well, look no further. You can always go to google.com. Okay, so this is how we used to do it back in the day before all these tools became available. You just typed in a keyword, and we're going to type in RV rentals, and now we're going to be able to see who's bidding on that keyword. So we could see we have a number of different companies bidding on the keyword we're interested in. Okay, here I can see some featured snippets. Okay, and then I can see some organic search results. Okay, if I scroll down, I'll be able to see some other companies bidding on that same keyword, meaning they're paying for RV rentals. So if I clicked on somebody's link here, they're actually going to pay Google for the click. And so this just gives me a good sense of, how many people are actually trying to rank for this keyword or trying to be found for this keyword. So that's all I did. I just did a search. Now, from an organic perspective, if you really want to hone in on your competition, you can always do the syntax all in title, colon, and then hit enter. So now I could see I have 163,000 results. And what does that tell me? That tells me that I have 163,000 websites with RV rentals in the title tag. So if you're trying to optimize for the keyword RV rentals as an example, then you know that you have 163,000 different listings ahead of you that you need to jump over in order to rank for the keyword RV rentals. So using the all in title syntax and the keyword right after that actually just gives you a more accurate picture of how many sites are actually ahead of you for a particular keyword. So that's the whole idea. So if I get rid of the syntax, and you can see for RV rentals I have 132 million, but that's not really accurate because not all these listings have the keyword RV rentals in the title tag. And title tag, if you're working on organic search, is one of the key important factors for ranking. So you need to have that keyword in the title tag. So that's the whole idea behind using the all in title syntax. It gives us a good idea as to what our competition's doing and how many sites we have to jump over to get to number one on Google. Now, if you're running Google ads, just as we did with RV rentals, we went up there and we typed that in as a query and we saw how many advertisers there were for RV rentals. Now, if we are running our own campaigns, Google Ads actually has a good report that I really like. It's called Auction Insights. And so you can get to Auction Insights just by clicking on Campaigns, and then from Campaigns, click on Auction Insights. And what Auction Insights allows us to see is what competitors or domains are bidding on the same keywords we are. And so what Google does here is it allows us to actually see where we stack up against our competition for all the keywords we're bidding on. And so here I'm looking at year to date, and here we can see us and I can see our competitors. Okay, so I can see impression share. So if we're talking about one keyword, every keyword has 100% impression share. How much of that impression share are you getting? And when we say impression share, meaning eyeballs. When we talk about eyeballs, are we getting a majority of the eyeballs or are competitors getting a majority of the eyeballs? So we can see our average position. I can see how often I overlap with my competitors. Okay, I can see how often I'm above a particular competitor. I can see what percentage I'm at the top of the page versus my competitors, the absolute top of page rate, and then I can see how often I outrank my competitors, and vice versa, how often my competitors outrank me. So I can see all this good insight as to what competitors are bidding on the same keywords I am. Okay, so this is if you're running Google Ads. Okay, so if you're running Google Ads, okay, you can just click on the Auction Insights report. You can find that at the top navigation just by clicking on campaigns. And by doing so, you'll be able to gain some insights as to where you stack up from a paid search perspective against your competitors. So let's turn our attention to paid marketing tools. So if you're doing some advertising on Google, Bing, LinkedIn, you probably want to work within those platforms as the tool of choice. So, if you're doing paid search, on, say, googlesearch.com or display. You could be doing display advertising on, a network like AdRoll or Google, or you could be doing social media paid ads, say on Facebook. So whatever it is you're doing, you probably want to work within that platform itself to get the ideal data that you need. Okay, so here are some of the tools, some of the places you can go. Of course, if you work in Google Ads, you also have Google Ads Editor that you can leverage. Okay, and I'll show you that in a couple minutes. You have Google Ads Keyword Planner. Of course, both of these are paid if you're running campaigns. Okay, so Bing, if you're running campaigns on Bing, okay, you get all this good data that you can digest through some reporting. Okay, you also have some third-party tools out there that you also have to pay for in WordStream. Okay, so WordStream's a third-party tool that you can leverage. Bing and Google are actual advertising networks, so you would advertise on the platform itself and get all the data you need right in the platform and leverage a lot of the tools that they have available in the platform. As I mentioned, you could also use Google Ads Editor. So Bing also has their own editor as well. And as well as Facebook. So you can use an editor type version, and I'll show you that here in a couple minutes. But let's talk about why we want to use the tools in the platform itself. Well, we want to be able to monitor how our ad's performing. So which ad receives the most traffic, as an example. We want to identify keywords that are performing for us. Okay, so are keywords converting, not converting? Are they costing us a lot of money and not netting a high enough return for us? So we want to keep an eye on that. Okay, so we want to monitor our cost, okay, across different locations and devices. Not only cost, but we want to also monitor how our ads are performing across different locations and devices, keywords across different locations and devices. So we want to be able to measure by device. Okay, so we also want to analyze competitors' data. And as we showed you in the competitors section, Google, as an example, has auction insights reporting. Analytics has benchmarking. So Google itself does provide some information in the case of auction insights as to how your competitors are performing against you on Google search. So that's on the paid search side. Then you have display. Okay, so display advertisements. Okay, you're across a different network. So there are different types of networks out there. For example, AdRoll. Okay, you have Criteo. Celtra is another paid version of or paid tool you can use, in Wide Orbit. So these are some of the paid marketing tools you can leverage. Of course, I like to stay, if I'm advertising on Google, I like to stay in Google Ads and measure my display performance that way. But if you're on AdRoll, for example, then you want to leverage AdRoll's reporting platform and some of the tools they have to offer. So if we look at display, why do we want to leverage some of these tools? Well, just like search, for example, where we want to look at keyword and ad performance, same kind of concept here. We want to be able to monitor whether we have the right keywords and right customer engagement. So when it comes to display, we want to be able to make sure we're choosing the right audience. Of course, that means looking at not only audience insights, but our target insights as well. Are we reaching the right audience when it comes to display? And Google has a good breakdown that I'm going to be able to show you here in a couple of minutes. Okay, so we want to improve our campaigns by monitoring our competitors' display ads as well. So there are tools available that'll help you do that. And that's on the display side. And if we look at social, okay, what tools can we use on social? Well, you got Facebook Ads Manager, okay, you got Ad Espresso, Quaya, Tweepy, you got all these cool paid search tools. Again, I usually stick with where I'm advertising. So if I'm advertising on LinkedIn or Twitter, I'm going to leverage that platform. But just know that there are other tools available for you. So with social, like display, it's all about targeting our audience. So for some of the tools like on Facebook, we can review and relaunch our ad campaigns based on target audience. We can measure conversions and gain insights, in this example, about Facebook users. How are our users interacting with our ads? And then we want to target people based on their activities, such as purchase intent, device usage, travel preferences, etc. So social allows us to do that. And then with Facebook as an example, we can monitor any A/B test we run. For example, if we're running call to action test, we can measure the results of that right in Facebook. And I'm going to show you an example of that here shortly. So let's jump right into Google Ads and look at some tools available to us from the search side of the house. So if we're running search campaigns, right in Google Ads, we could see campaign data, we could see keyword data, we could see ad data. So for example, if I want to see what ads are performing, I'm just going to click on my ads and extensions. Okay, and here are my ads. And now I could see what ads are performing in terms of clicks, click-through rates, etc. And so that way I can go ahead and pause ads, activate ads. So that's right here in the Google Ads platform itself. Now, if I want to look at specific keywords, I can do that. So I can see what keywords are driving traffic and clicks. Here I could just sort by clicks. And now I could see not only what keywords are driving clicks, I could see what the click-through rate is. I can see the impressions, how many people actually viewed my ad after typing in a keyword query that I'm bidding on. I could see how much I've paid by keyword. And more importantly, I want to be able to see conversions or conversion rate. And then with Google Ads, you have quality score. So we want to be able to measure quality score. So this is Google Ads keyword reporting. And so the great thing about the keyword reporting is that there's some other features available to me here. So here I can add negative keywords, okay, just by clicking on negative keywords. I can also see a search terms report. And so when it comes to search terms, I can actually see what specific keywords people typed in. And based on the keyword that somebody typed in as a query, I can see what match type triggered that particular ad. And so if I see a keyword query that I don't particularly care to be shown for, or I want my ad shown for, then I can go ahead and just select it and I can add it as a negative keyword. Okay, so that tool is available to you right in Google Ads. Okay, and then you have the auction insights. So we've reviewed the auction insights when we're looking at competitive analysis. And so here, if we look at the auction insights, we'll be able to adjust our date range and we'll be able to see basically, who else is bidding on the keywords and what their impression share is, what their average position is, what their overlap rate is, position above rate, top of page, absolute top of page right now, ranking share. So once Google has data, then they'll be able to share that information with you. Okay, so that's just keywords, but there's a cool tool that I really like, and I leverage it for SEO and pay-per-click, and that's Google's Keyword Planner. So if you click on Tools, and then you click on Keyword Planner, we'll be able to leverage the Keyword Planner. And the whole idea behind the Keyword Planner is, do we want to discover new keywords? Or for the keywords we have selected, we can get volume and forecast on that. So here, let's type in a keyword, mail delivery. And if I click Get Started, okay, so Google's going to give me some other keyword ideas, and they're going to give me what the average monthly searches are for that keyword. They're going to let me know the competition. They're going to give me a range in terms of how much I can expect to pay for that keyword. So if I happen to click on that keyword, I can add it to a plan. And then once I've added to a plan, then I can go ahead and look at that plan and measure what kind of volume I'm going to get and how much I can expect to pay. So now once I've added my keyword to that plan, I can go ahead and see how many clicks and impressions and costs and click-through rate and average cost per click I can expect to spend. So, and this is based on a maximum CPC of $2. So I can go ahead and adjust my plan accordingly if I want to, in order to see basically how much I can expect to spend. So that's the whole idea behind the Keyword Planner in terms of choosing new keywords. And once you choose keywords you're interested in bidding on, you can actually do a forecast to see exactly how much you can expect to spend, how many clicks, how many impressions you can expect to get, and if you have conversions set up, how many conversions you can expect to receive. So that's all part of Google's keyword plan. That's viewing, forecast, as well as choosing keywords. So there are so many different tools and features within Google Ads. We need a whole segment just on this. So really, I'm just going to highlight some of the more important tools and features. So I mentioned the keyword planner. I mentioned the campaigns, keywords, and ads reports. Another thing I would look at in Google Ads, again, we mentioned this as one of our key defining why would we use it bullet point, and that's because of devices. So we mentioned devices. Why would we use Google Ads reporting tool? Because we want to look at devices. And we want to be able to see what devices are driving traffic from what campaign. And then the cool thing about Google Ads is right in Google Ads platform, you can go ahead and do a bid adjustment. So if I increase my bid adjustment, for example, on mobile phones, then my particular ad in this particular campaign is going to show more than on computer. So I can always decrease it. For example, do a bid adjustment on computer, and that means I'm going to show my ads less. So I can go ahead and do bid adjustments based on device. That's the cool thing of working right in Google Ads platform is you can make adjustments right here in the platform based on devices. Well, you also have locations too. So we mentioned that as one of the reasons why we want to use some of these tools. And if I see a particular location I'm not interested in advertising, well, I can always select it and I can always just pause it or remove it. So, or I can change the bid adjustment on a location as well. So I can make a lot of different changes right in the Google Ads platform. For those seasoned in search advertising, paid search advertising, especially on Google Ads, you can always use Google Ads Editor. All you need to do is just do a search for Google Ads Editor. You can download it. So basically what Google Ads Editor is, it's a tool, it's a software that you work with your campaigns on locally. So you're making changes to your campaigns on your computer. And basically when you're done making changes, you can always upload them to Google Ads, to the account on Google Ads in the cloud, so to speak. So that's the whole idea behind Google Ads Editor. It's a great tool for you to use if you want to make household changes really quick. For example, I'm looking at an account with a bunch of campaigns. So now if I click on one of those campaigns, I could see the ad groups here. Okay, so for example, if I just wanted to turn off all these ad groups, I can just highlight them all and just click status enabled to paused, and I can revert back if I want to. Okay, so you can make household changes. So here I could see the campaign, the ad group level. If I choose an ad group, then I can see some keywords. And again, I can make changes ad nauseum. Here I can copy, I can paste, I can delete. Okay, so I can make a lot of changes really quick right in Google Ads Editor. And that's the whole point of Editor, is to go ahead and work locally while somebody else is working locally on the same account. You could both be working simultaneously and being more efficient on getting things done in the campaign. Now, if you are working with somebody else on the campaign, you want to make sure that you get recent changes. So if I say get recent changes to all campaigns, what Google Editor is going to do is contact Google Ads in the cloud and download all those changes. So here I can see the changes being downloaded in Editor from Google Ads. And when it's done, it's going to highlight all the changes that have been made. And so once I'm done reviewing those changes, I can go ahead and click done. And now I know I have the recent latest changes in Editor. So now I can go ahead and continue to make some changes. And when I'm done making changes, I can go ahead and post them. So that's the beauty of Google Ads Editor. Bing has a version, Facebook has a version. It allows you to, again, go at the keyword level, the ad group level. Okay, you can look at ads itself and make changes to the ads. Okay, you could do a lot of different things right in Editor. In fact, you could do pretty much most of what you could do in Google Ads, you can do in Google Ads Editor. And so that's Google Ads Editor. To me, I would recommend it if you're experienced with Google Ads. Again, it's software. You have to download it. You're going to use it on your computer as software. But when you make changes, all you need to do is post those changes or get recent changes that have been made on Google Ads. And so that's Google Editor, Ads Editor in summary. Now let's go back into Google Ads and talk about display advertising, because display is a different network, but the platform's still the same. And some of these same tools are available from the search network as well as for the display network right in Google Ads. So if I want to take a look at a campaign and ad group on the display network, I can just click on that ad group and I can look at the ads that are running for that particular ad group on the display network. So here, the difference being on the display network is you can use image ads. On the search network, you can only use text ads. So here I can look at image ads and I can see how they're performing. In fact, you could even go a step further and use responsive display ads. So Google has responsive display ads, meaning it's going to respond to what's performing best. Okay, and so now I can see clicks, impressions, click-through rate, etc. right on my ads and extensions report in Google Ads platform. Now, this happens to be a retargeting campaign. So if we click on audiences, we'll be able to see what audiences we're targeting here. Okay, so when this report loads, when you run retargeting campaigns, you're targeting a specific audience. And so we want to be able to see, okay, of the audiences we have set up, what audience is performing best. Okay, so here I can see a breakout by audience. Again, I can see the same metrics I could see on the search side. I could see clicks, impressions, click-through rate. More importantly, I want to be able to measure conversions. Okay, so that's the whole idea when you're in these platforms and you're paying for ads, is you want to be able to measure against conversions, and you can also measure against cost per conversion, conversion rate. Okay, so those are some key metrics to measure up against, whether it's audience, keyword, ad, whatever the dimension is. So here on the display network, we can get a sense of demographics. Okay, so unlike the search network, the display network allows us to see demographic data. And so now I could see an age breakout or an age range breakout that Google provides us. And I could see again, based on the age range breakout, which age range has the most clicks, impressions, etc., including conversions. So you also have the opportunity on the display network to add keywords. You have the opportunity to add topics, and you have the opportunity to see placements or run placements. So here, if I click on where ads have shown, I can actually see where my ads have shown up for this display campaign. And Google Ads allows you the ability to go ahead and you can exclude it from the ad group or exclude a specific placement from a campaign. So you could take action on a specific placement. And I can see the type of placement, whether it's a mobile app, whether it's a site. I can go ahead and see exactly where that placement was. So that's the placements report. You have demographics, you have audiences, you have keywords, you have all these different reports available to you on the Google Ads platform. So before we jump over to social media, paid search advertising, I just want to remind you, we do have, a nice tutorial on Google Ads. Okay, so take a look at the Google Ads tutorial we have set up on YouTube. Okay, if you search for Google Ads tutorial 2019, this is a good tutorial on everything related to Google Ads. So check out this video, because in today's webinar, we're just mentioning tools across the board. And if you are advertising on Google Ads, as most people do, then you could see just how powerful it is and all the different features that are available.